Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, I was halfway through unloading groceries when I noticed the fridge door wasn't sealed. It stood slightly ajar, humming louder than usual. At first I thought I'd left it open by mistake, but inside on the top shelf was something I hadn't put there, a glass jar filled with something murky like melted wax or fat. It wasn't mine. I don't buy things in jars. The lid had a faint smear on it, like someone had opened it recently with trembling hands. I live alone. The front door was locked, but something about the kitchen felt recently disturbed. I pulled out my phone to call the police, but then stopped. What would I tell them? Someone broke into my apartment to leave a jar of unidentified substance in my refrigerator. They'd think I was losing my mind. Instead, I set the jar on the counter and stared at it. The liquid inside had separated into layers, something thick at the bottom, clearer toward the top. It reminded me of the science experiments I used to do as a kid, mixing oil and water. The smell hit me when I unscrewed the lid, not rotten exactly, but organic, earthy, like something that had been buried and dug up again. I screwed it back on quickly, my hands already shaking. That's when I noticed the kitchen window was unlocked. I always lock it, always, but the latch was turned and there were smudges on the glass that looked like fingerprints. I called my landlord. He came over within the hour, a stocky man with tired eyes who'd been managing this building for decades. He examined the window, the jar, the refrigerator. His expression grew more serious with each detail. "This happened before," he said quietly. "2 apartments down about 6 months ago. Tenant found things in her kitchen that weren't hers, strange things. We changed her locks, but she moved out anyway." I asked what kind of things. He hesitated, then pulled out his phone and showed me a photo. Another jar, similar to mine, but filled with what looked like soil mixed with something else. Something that might have once been organic matter. "She never figured out who was doing it," he continued. But there were other incidents. Items moved around. Food spoiled faster than it should. Always the kitchen. Always when she wasn't home. The building had security cameras, but they only covered the lobby and the main entrance. Someone could easily access the fire escape at the back of the building. The landlord promised to install new locks and reinforce the windows, but his tone suggested he'd made similar promises before. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the jar, which I'd wrapped in newspaper and placed in a bag by the door. I planned to throw it away, but something stopped me. Evidence, maybe, or morbid curiosity. I found myself getting up every few hours to check the kitchen, to make sure nothing else had appeared. The next morning I decided to talk to my neighbors. The woman 2 doors down, the one the landlord had mentioned, had left no forwarding address, but the elderly man across the hall remembered her. He described her as nervous, always looking over her shoulder in the final weeks before she moved out. She asked me once if I'd seen anyone in the hallway who didn't belong, he told me. But this building, people come and go. Delivery drivers, maintenance workers, friends of tenants. It's hard to keep track. I asked if he'd noticed anything unusual about my apartment. He paused, his eyes growing distant. "Funny you should ask. I've seen lights on in your kitchen late at night when your car wasn't in the parking lot. Figured you'd gotten one of those timer switches for security." "I don't have timer switches. I'm usually home by evening, and when I'm not, I don't leave lights on." But I didn't tell him that. Instead, I asked when he'd noticed these lights. "Off and on for months," he said. "Always the kitchen window, never the living room or bedroom. I spent the rest of the day researching similar cases online. Break-ins where nothing was stolen but items were left behind, psychological harassment, stalking behaviors. The patterns were consistent. Kitchens were often targeted because they represented intimacy, sustenance, the heart of domestic life. Violating someone's food supply was a form of control, a way to make them feel unsafe in their most private space. But who and why me? I started keeping a journal documenting every detail I could remember. The jar's contents, the timing of the lights my neighbor had seen, the similarities to the previous tenant's experience. I also began checking my apartment more carefully when I came home. Small things seemed out of place, a kitchen chair pulled slightly away from the table, a dish towel folded differently than I remembered. 3 weeks later, I found another jar. This time it was in the vegetable drawer, hidden behind a bag of carrots. Smaller than the first, filled with what looked like ash mixed with something fibrous. Hair maybe, or dried plant matter. The smell was different too, sharper, more chemical. I called the police this time. They took the jar as evidence and dusted for fingerprints, but found nothing conclusive. The officer suggested I install a security system, change my locks, consider staying elsewhere for a few days. Standard advice for harassment cases. But as I packed a bag to stay with friends, I found myself thinking about the previous tenant. Had she been the first victim, or was there a pattern going back further? I asked the landlord for contact information for other recent tenants, claiming I wanted to warn them about the security issues. He was reluctant, but eventually gave me a few names. 2 of them had moved out suddenly, citing personal reasons. One had lived in my apartment before me. I managed to track down that tenant through social media. She agreed to meet me at a coffee shop, but only after I explained the situation. She was a young woman, probably in her early 20s, with nervous energy and eyes that seemed to scan the room constantly. I never reported it, she said quietly. Didn't think anyone would believe me. But yes, things appeared in my refrigerator, in my kitchen, always when I was at work or school. She described jars similar to mine, but also other items. A single photograph of a woman she didn't recognize, a key that didn't fit any lock in the apartment, a handwritten note in a language she couldn't identify. The worst part, she continued, was feeling like someone was watching me, like they knew my schedule, my habits. I started varying my routine, but it didn't matter. They always seemed to know when I'd be gone. She tried to catch whoever was doing it. Hidden cameras, changed locks, even took a few days off work to stay home and watch. But nothing happened when she was there. It was as if her presence alone was enough to keep the intruder away. I think they wanted me to find the things, she said. It wasn't random, it was deliberate. They wanted me to know someone could get in, could violate my space whenever they wanted. I asked if she had any theories about who might be responsible. She shook her head, but her expression suggested she did have suspicions. There's something else, she said finally. I did some research after I moved out. This building has a history, not just recent stuff, going back years. Tenants who moved out suddenly, complaints about break-ins where nothing was stolen, always the same pattern. She pulled out her phone and showed me a list she'd compiled. Names, dates, apartment numbers, a pattern spanning nearly a decade. All single women, all in their 20s or 30s, all in apartments on the same side of the building. I think someone has access to the building, she said. Someone who knows the layout, the schedules, maybe someone who works here or used to work here, someone who can come and go without attracting attention. I stared at the list, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. My name wasn't on it yet, but I could see where it would fit. That night, I didn't go to my friend's house. Instead, I sat in my car in the parking lot, watching my apartment building. I wanted to see if anyone approached my unit, if any lights came on in my kitchen window. Around midnight, I saw a figure moving along the fire escape. Too dark to make out details, but someone was definitely there, moving with purpose toward the back of the building. I waited, my heart pounding, phone ready to call the police. The figure disappeared around the corner, and then I saw it, a faint light in what looked like my kitchen window. But I was in the parking lot. My apartment should have been dark. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, the light was gone and there was no sign of anyone on the fire escape. They checked my apartment and found nothing disturbed. No new jars, no evidence of entry, but I knew what I'd seen. The next morning, I met with the landlord again. This time, I brought the list the previous tenant had compiled. His reaction told me everything I needed to know. "Where did you get this?" he asked, his voice tight. I explained about the previous tenant, about the pattern she'd discovered. He studied the list for a long moment, his expression growing darker. "Some of these names," he said finally, "I recognized them, but not all of them lived here. Some were in the building next door or across the street, properties I used to manage." The implications hit me like a cold wave. This wasn't random. Someone was targeting women in buildings managed by the same company, possibly someone with access to multiple properties. Someone who knew the landlord's patterns, the building layouts, the tenant demographics. "I need to make some calls," the landlord said, but his tone suggested he already knew what he'd find. I never got those locks changed. 2 days later, I found a third jar in my refrigerator. This one was different, clear liquid, almost like water, with something small floating in it, something that looked disturbingly like a tooth. I packed my things that afternoon and moved out. I didn't wait for the landlord's investigation or the police follow-up. I just left. But even now, in my new apartment across town, I sometimes find myself standing in front of my refrigerator, heart racing, checking to make sure the door is properly sealed, making sure there's nothing inside that I didn't put there. Because I know now that some violations can't be undone. Some invasions leave marks that never heal. And somewhere out there, someone is still watching, still waiting, still finding new ways to slip inside the spaces where people should feel safe. The tooth is still in police evidence. They never found a match. They never found the person who left it. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if they ever really tried. I wonder if they knew somehow that this case would never be solved, that the jars would keep appearing in new apartments for new victims, that the only real solution was to run, to start over, to hope that whoever was doing this would eventually lose interest. But I don't think they will. I think this is what they do, what they've always done, and I think I was just another name on a list that keeps getting longer. The fridge was already open when I found it, but I'm beginning to think it was never really closed. Crime 2, I shave my head. I have for years. That's why it stood out, the long strands of dark hair tangled in the shower drain. At first I thought maybe they'd been stuck in there from the previous tenant, but I'd cleaned everything before moving in, scrubbed it down, bleached it twice. I threw the hair out and moved on. Then 3 days later more appeared, fresh, wet, not mine. I started locking the bathroom door at night, even though no one else should have had a key. But the next morning the mirror was fogged, and someone had wiped a circle in the center. The landlord claimed no one else had access. His voice wavered when he said it, though. He kept touching his wedding ring, twisting it around his finger while we talked in the hallway. The fluorescent light above us flickered intermittently, casting strange shadows across his face. When I pressed him about maintenance records, about who might have copies of the keys, he said he'd look into it, but his eyes didn't meet mine. I started documenting everything, photographing the hair before disposing of it, measuring the water temperature when I found the mirror fogged. The apartment stayed cold even with the heat turned up, but that bathroom always felt warm, humid, like someone had just finished a long, hot shower. The smell was different too, not the chemical scent of my cleaning products, but something floral, sweet, like the perfume my sister used to wear before she disappeared. That thought crept in without invitation. I hadn't thought about her in months, maybe longer. The case had gone cold years ago. The detective had been kind but honest. Without leads, without evidence, there wasn't much they could do. People vanish sometimes. They start new lives. They run from debt, from relationships, from themselves. But she hadn't taken anything with her. Her clothes still hung in her closet. Her toothbrush still sat by the sink. Her car remained in the parking lot. I found myself pulling out the case file I'd kept. Police reports, witness statements, photographs of her empty room, her long dark hair in every picture, always brushing her shoulders, always catching the light. The same color as what I kept finding in my drain. The same texture when I held it up to the bathroom light, watching it shimmer between my fingers. The building manager finally agreed to meet with me. She was nervous, constantly checking her phone, glancing toward the stairwell like she expected someone to appear. When I asked about the previous tenant, she hesitated, said the apartment had been vacant for months before I moved in. But when I pushed further, asked about maintenance logs, security footage, anything that might explain the intrusions, her story shifted. Maybe it hadn't been empty. Maybe someone had been subletting without permission. Maybe the landlord knew more than he was letting on. I started staying awake, listening. The building settled differently at night, creaking and shifting in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. Footsteps in the hallway would pause outside my door. The elevator would chime softly, even when no one called it, and the bathroom door would rattle slightly, as if someone were testing the lock from the inside. The hair kept appearing, not just in the drain anymore, but on my pillow, wrapped around the faucet handles, caught in the door frame. Each strand felt real, solid, impossible to dismiss as imagination or coincidence. I collected samples, compared them under a magnifying glass to photographs of my sister. The curl pattern matched. The diameter was identical, but she'd been gone for years. This couldn't be hers. Unless someone wanted me to think it was. I discovered the landlord had lied about the previous tenant. Court records showed an eviction proceeding that had never been completed. The case file mentioned a woman who'd been living there without authorization, someone who claimed squatters' rights and fought the removal for months. The description matched my sister's height, her build, but the name was different, an alias maybe. Or maybe I was seeing connections that didn't exist, patterns in chaos, meaning in coincidence. The detective who'd handled my sister's case agreed to meet with me. He looked older, grayer, like the years of unsolved mysteries had worn him down. When I showed him the hair samples, the photographs of my apartment, the building records, he listened without interruption. His expression never changed. Professional skepticism mixed with something that might have been sympathy. He told me things he hadn't shared before, about other missing women in the area, about landlords who rented to people trying to disappear, about the underground networks that helped abused women start over, sometimes without telling their families, sometimes without leaving a trace. My sister had bruises the last time we'd spoken. Old ones, faded but visible. I'd asked about them. She'd changed the subject. But he also told me about obsessed family members, about grief that manifested in strange ways. about people who saw their lost loved ones everywhere, in strangers' faces, in random coincidences, in patterns that existed only in their desperate minds. He'd seen it before. The need to find meaning, to transform senseless loss into a mystery that could be solved. I found myself standing in the bathroom, staring at my reflection in the unfogged mirror. The overhead light cast harsh shadows under my eyes, making me look hollow, desperate. The hair in my hand felt different now. Synthetic, maybe, purchased from a beauty supply store. Planted by someone who knew about my sister, who understood how to manipulate my grief, who wanted me to question my sanity. Or maybe it was real, maybe she'd been living here hiding, surviving. Maybe she'd left these traces deliberately, breadcrumbs for me to follow. Maybe she was still close, still running from whatever had made her disappear in the first place. Maybe she was watching me now, waiting to see if I'd figure it out, if I'd prove worthy of her trust. The landlord called that evening. His voice was different, more careful. He said he'd found something in his files, something that might interest me. When I pressed him for details, he insisted we meet in person. But when I arrived at the building office, it was empty. The lights were off. A note taped to the door said he'd had to leave town unexpectedly. Family emergency. No return date scheduled. I never saw him again. The hair stopped appearing after that. The bathroom stayed cold. The mirror remained clear. But sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn, I still hear footsteps in the hallway, still see shadows moving under my door, still wake up with the faint scent of floral perfume lingering in the air. The case remains open. My sister is still missing, and I'm still not sure whether I was being haunted by her memory or by someone who wanted me to stop looking for the truth. The only thing I know for certain is that somewhere in this city, someone knows what happened to her. Someone who understands the power of long dark hair and fogged mirrors and the desperate need of a brother who refuses to let go. The question that keeps me awake isn't whether she's alive or dead. It's whether I'm the one investigating her disappearance or if I've become part of someone else's elaborate cover-up. And in the darkness of my bathroom, staring at my reflection in that clear, unforgiving mirror, I'm not sure I want to know the answer. Crime 3, I stripped the bed to wash the sheets. When I peeled back the fitted corner, the mattress was warm. Not just a little, it radiated heat like someone had been lying there. I hadn't been in bed all day. I hadn't had guests. There was an indentation in the foam, deep and recent. I pressed my palm into it, and the fabric bounced back slowly as if reluctant to forget the weight. I checked all the windows, all the doors, everything locked, but the hallway smelled faintly like sweat. That night I couldn't sleep in my own bed. I sat in the living room chair, staring at the bedroom door, replaying every detail. The warmth had been concentrated on the left side, where someone smaller than me would naturally curl up. The smell lingered too, not mine, not familiar. Something metallic underneath, like pennies left in a pocket. The next morning I called my landlord. He insisted no one else had keys. I pressed him about maintenance visits, emergency entries, anything. His voice grew tight. He mentioned the previous tenant had left suddenly mid-lease, no forwarding address. He kept her security deposit because she damaged something in the bedroom wall. When I asked what kind of damage, he went quiet for too long before saying it was just nail holes. I started examining my apartment differently. Behind the headboard I found scratches in the wall plaster. Long, deliberate marks like fingernails dragged against the surface. The paint had been touched up recently, but underneath, the gouges were deep. I traced them with my finger, feeling the desperation in each groove. The building manager lived downstairs. She was the type who noticed everything, who got packages, who had visitors, who left their lights on too long. When I mentioned the previous tenant, her expression shifted. She'd been quiet, the manager said, kept strange schedules, always seemed to be looking over her shoulder. The police had come once, near the end, but she wouldn't let them in. Said everything was fine, but her voice through the door hadn't sounded fine. I asked if anyone had seen her leave. The manager shook her head. One day the apartment was occupied, the next it was empty. The landlord had found her belongings still inside, clothes in the dresser, food in the refrigerator, toothbrush by the sink, like she just stepped out for a moment and never returned. That evening I sat on my couch and felt the weight of being watched. The sensation came from the bedroom, persistent and patient. I walked to the doorway and studied the space. The dresser drawers weren't quite flush. I pulled the top one open and found it completely empty, but there was something wedged behind it. A small piece of paper, folded tight. On it someone had written a phone number in cramped handwriting. Below it, 3 words, "He knows where." I stared at those words until they blurred. The handwriting was feminine, hurried. The paper was soft from being handled, folded and unfolded many times. I called the number. It rang once, then went to a generic voicemail. I hung up without leaving a message. The warm mattress made sense now. Someone had been in my apartment, but not to steal. They'd been looking for something or someone. I thought about the scratches on the wall, the way they angled downward. Not anger marks, panic marks. Someone had been trapped. I started sleeping with my bedroom door closed and a chair wedged under the handle, but the sounds began anyway. Soft movements in the wall behind my bed, not mice or settling wood, something more deliberate. I pressed my ear to the plaster and heard what sounded like muffled breathing. When I knocked on the wall, the breathing stopped. The building was old, with shared walls and strange angles. I began mapping the space between apartments, measuring where sounds might travel. The wall behind my bed backed up to a storage area beneath the stairs. I'd never seen anyone access it, never noticed a door. But when I went looking, I found a narrow panel that looked like part of the wall trim. It wasn't locked. Inside was a crawl space, barely tall enough to crouch in. The air was stale and warm, like breath held too long. Someone had been living in there. A sleeping bag, water bottles, empty food containers, and photographs, dozens of them all taken through windows. My windows, pictures of me cooking, reading, sleeping. Some were weeks old, based on what I was wearing, but the most recent ones showed the previous tenant. Her terrified face pressed against the bedroom window, mouth open like she was screaming. I understood then why she'd left everything behind, why the police visit hadn't helped. How do you explain that someone is living in your walls, photographing your every moment, waiting? The scratches weren't from fingernails dragged in frustration. They were from someone trying to claw their way through the wall, trying to escape something behind them in the dark. I gathered the photographs and left the building that night. I never went back for my things. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed in my new place, I think about that warm mattress. About how long someone might have been watching before I noticed. About how the breathing in the walls had stopped when I knocked, but never really gone away. The phone number from the folded paper still calls me sometimes. No one speaks, but I can hear breathing on the other end. Patient breathing, waiting breathing. The kind that says this isn't over. The kind that knows where I sleep now. Crime 4, I wanted to repaint the bedroom, something neutral, calm. As I scraped off the old paint near the closet, I hit a rough patch, gouges in the wall beneath, deep, uneven scratches like someone had clawed through plaster with their bare hands. I lined in. The grooves weren't random. They curved, repeated, like a pattern, like words. When I shined a light across them, I saw fingernail fragments stuck in the deeper grooves, and embedded in the corner a small piece of something white, porcelain maybe. Or bone. I'd lived in this house for 3 years. The previous owner had been an elderly woman who'd passed away peacefully, according to the realtor, natural causes. The family had been eager to sell quickly, which explained the reasonable price. I'd never questioned it. The house felt right, quiet, safe. I took photos of the scratches with my phone, the camera flash revealing details I'd missed. The marks weren't just random clawing, they formed shapes, letters, The word help appeared clearly in one section, carved so deep it had penetrated the drywall. Below it, something that looked like can't, but the final letter was obscured by years of paint buildup. The smell hit me then, sweet and sour, like flowers left too long in water. I'd noticed it before, faintly, usually when the weather was humid. I'd assumed it was old carpeting or poor ventilation. Now it seemed to be coming from inside the wall itself. I called the realtor. She sounded surprised to hear from me after so many years, but her tone shifted when I mentioned the scratches. There was a pause, then she asked if I'd found anything else. When I described the smell, she went quiet for a long moment. The family never mentioned anything like that, she said finally. But there was something odd about the sale. The daughter seemed nervous. She kept asking about the bedroom specifically, whether we'd need to do any work on it before showing. I hung up and stared at the wall. The scratches seemed deeper now, more deliberate. I touched one of the grooves with my fingertip. The plaster was rough, aged, but the scratches themselves had a different texture. Smoother, like they'd been worn by repeated contact. The next morning I drove to the county records office. The house had changed hands only 3 times in 40 years. The elderly woman had inherited it from her mother, who lived there since the construction. Before that, it had been farmland. Nothing unusual in the public records, but there was a gap in the property tax payments during 1 year. A note in the margin mentioned family complications. I found the daughter's contact information through social media. She lived across the country now, but she agreed to talk. Her voice was tight, careful when I explained who I was. My grandmother loved that house, she said, but toward the end she started talking about hearing things, scratching in the walls. We thought it was dementia. She became obsessed with the bedroom closet, said someone was trapped in there. She'd stand outside it for hours just listening. Did you ever investigate? My mother hired contractors to check for mice, termites, anything that might be making noise. They found nothing, but grandmother got worse. She started clawing at the walls herself, trying to get to whatever she thought was in there. We had to restrain her hands eventually. The line went quiet. I could hear traffic in the background, normal life continuing while we discussed something that felt increasingly abnormal. There's something else, she continued. My great-grandmother's mother, she disappeared for 3 days once. This was back in the 50s. They found her in the bedroom closet, unconscious, dehydrated. She never explained how she got there or why the door had been barricaded from the outside. I hung up and returned to the bedroom. The scratches seemed to pulse in the afternoon light streaming through the window. I pressed my ear against the wall. Silence. But there was something about the quality of that silence that felt different, dense, expectant. I borrowed a stethoscope from a neighbor who worked as a nurse. The wall revealed layers of sound when I listened carefully. House settling, pipes in adjacent rooms, the hum of electrical systems. But in one spot near the deepest scratches there was something else, a hollow space, larger than the standard gap between studs. The hardware store clerk recommended a small handheld saw for cutting through drywall. I worked carefully, following the hollow sound. The first cut revealed insulation, normal construction. But as I expanded the hole, my blade hit something hard, not a stud, something flat and smooth. I pulled out chunks of insulation and saw it clearly, a wooden panel deliberately installed behind the drywall. It was old, painted white with a small metal latch, like a door, but there was no handle on this side. The smell became overwhelming as I worked, sweet, cloying, with an undertone of something organic and wrong. I had to step outside twice to breathe fresh air. When I returned, I brought a painter's mask and rubber gloves. The panel was heavier than expected. As I pried it loose, I felt resistance, like something was pressed against it from the other side. When it finally gave way, a wave of stale air rushed out, carrying with it the full force of that terrible smell. The space behind was larger than I'd imagined. Not just a gap in the wall, but a deliberate void, maybe 4 feet deep and 6 feet tall, like a hidden room. And there, in the far corner, I saw them. Bones, small, delicate, arranged in a sitting position against the back wall. The skull was turned toward the opening, as if whoever had been trapped there had spent their final moments watching the sealed entrance. I backed away, my hands shaking. The stethoscope fell from my neck and clattered on the floor. I should have called the police immediately, but something held me back, a need to understand what I was seeing. The bones were old, yellowed with age. Clothing fragments clung to them, a floral pattern that had faded to ghost-pale pastels. And there, scattered around the remains, were more fingernail fragments, evidence of desperate clawing, not at the wall I'd been scraping, but at the wooden panel from the inside. I found a small leather purse near the bones. Inside was a wallet with identification cards and a few personal items. The photograph on the driver's license showed a young woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. The license had expired decades ago. The police arrived within minutes of my call. They were efficient, professional. They photographed everything, removed the remains carefully, treated the scene with the respect it deserved. The detective who interviewed me was thorough, but seemed unsurprised by what we'd found. "We've seen cases like this before," he said. "Family disputes that got out of hand. Someone gets locked away and forgotten. Sometimes accidentally, sometimes not." But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. The scratches on the wall weren't just random desperation. They were communication, messages, and they were on the wrong side of the wall to have been made by whoever was trapped in the hidden space. I moved out of the house within a month. The police investigation concluded that the remains were likely those of the missing woman from the 50s, though they couldn't determine exactly how she'd ended up sealed in the wall. The case was filed as a historical death, no charges filed, no one left to prosecute. But I still think about those scratches, the ones I found first, carved into the wall from the bedroom side. Someone had been trying to claw their way into that space, not out of it. Someone had known she was there, had tried to reach her. And they'd left their fingernails embedded in the plaster, evidence of their desperate attempt to save her. I wonder if that someone was the grandmother, driven mad by guilt and the sound of scratching that only she could hear. Or if it was someone else, someone who'd known the truth all along but had been too afraid to speak it. The house sold quickly to a developer who tore it down within weeks. Now there's a small office building on the lot, clean and modern, with no trace of what came before. But sometimes when I drive past, I slow down and listen. The scratching has stopped. The messages have been silenced. And I'm not sure if that's a relief or a tragedy. I'm 5, I don't use the fireplace, haven't touched it since moving in. But yesterday the living room smelled faintly of burnt wood. I crouched down and opened the grate. Inside was a mound of warm ash, fresh. Someone had burned something, paper mostly. I could see the curled corners of blackened pages. In the back something glinted, a button, metal, scorched, still intact. The smoke detector hadn't gone off, and the latch on the back of the chimney was unhooked, like someone had entered from above. I held the button up to the light. It was brass, heavy, with an anchor etched into its surface. The kind you'd find on a naval uniform or expensive coat. The metal was warm against my palm, and I could smell something else beneath the ash, cologne maybe, or aftershave. Something masculine and expensive. The real estate agent had mentioned the previous tenant left abruptly. Packed up overnight, she said, left most of his belongings behind. The landlord had cleared everything out before I moved in, but apparently missed a few things, like the key I found taped under the kitchen sink, like the stack of unopened mail still arriving for someone whose name I couldn't pronounce. I started paying attention to the fireplace after that. Every few days I'd find fresh ash, always warm, always smelling of burnt paper and something else, something organic that made my stomach turn. I installed a camera, one of those small ones that connects to your phone. The footage showed nothing but darkness, static, then blank screens. Someone knew about the camera. The neighbor across the street, an elderly woman who spent most of her day watching from her window, told me she'd seen someone on my roof during the storm last week. Tall figure, she said, moving around the chimney area. She'd assumed it was me, checking for damage, but I'd been out of town that entire week, staying with my sister while she recovered from surgery. I called the police. The officer who came was young, eager, took notes on everything. He examined the fireplace, the button, the unlocked chimney latch. He asked about the previous tenant, about enemies, about anyone who might have keys. I showed him the camera footage, or lack thereof. He promised to look into it, said he'd check with the landlord about the previous tenant's forwarding address. That's when I learned the previous tenant had died 3 months before I moved in. The officer's face changed when he made the call. The landlord had lied, he said. The apartment had been empty for months. No one had lived here since the previous tenant's death. So whose belongings had been cleared out, whose mail was still arriving. The officer made more calls, his voice becoming more urgent with each conversation. The previous tenant had been a merchant marine officer, retired, lived alone, no family. He died suddenly, heart attack, the coroner said, but there had been questions. Neighbors reported strange smells, odd visitors at unusual hours. The investigation had stalled when no next of kin came forward to claim the body. I pulled out the button again, studying the anchor etching. The officer nodded grimly. Military naval insignia, he confirmed, could have belonged to the previous tenant. But why was someone burning his papers, and who had access to the apartment? That evening I went through the mail that had been accumulating. Most of it was junk, but there were bank statements, insurance documents, letters from what appeared to be former colleagues. One envelope was different, heavier paper, handwritten address. Inside was a single photograph, the previous tenant in his uniform, standing next to a woman I didn't recognize. On the back, someone had written, "We know what you did." The photograph felt cold in my hands, and I noticed something else. The woman in the picture was wearing a coat with distinctive brass buttons, anchor buttons. One was missing from her coat, leaving a loose thread where it had been torn away. I called the officer back. He arrived within the hour, took the photograph, made more calls. The investigation was being reopened, he said. They'd found similar photographs in other apartments across the city, always sent to previous tenants, always with the same message. Someone was methodically hunting down people connected to the merchant marine officer. The officer asked if I'd noticed anyone watching the building, anyone who seemed out of place. I told him about the elderly neighbor, how she'd seen someone on the roof. He nodded, took notes, then asked something that made my blood run cold. Did I know the elderly neighbor had been dead for 2 months? I looked across the street. The window was dark, had been dark for weeks, but I remembered distinctly the woman at the window, her detailed description of the figure on my roof. I remembered her voice, her concern, her vivid account of what she'd seen. The officer followed my gaze. The apartment across the street had been empty since the previous tenant died, he said. Another sudden death, another person with no family to claim the body. another person who'd received mysterious photographs before disappearing. My hands started shaking. The button felt heavier now, burning hot against my palm. The officer took it as evidence, sealed it in a plastic bag. He asked if I had somewhere else to stay, somewhere safe. I nodded, but I was thinking about the key taped under the sink, about the mail still arriving, about the camera footage that showed nothing but static. As the officer left, he paused at the door. The investigation would continue, he said, but I should be careful. Someone was eliminating people connected to the merchant marine officer, people who might have known his secrets. The photographs, the mysterious deaths, the burned papers, they were all connected. I packed a bag and left that night, but I took the key with me, the one that had been taped under the sink. I had a feeling I'd need it later, when I was ready to learn what the previous tenant had been hiding, when I was ready to understand why someone was so desperate to destroy the evidence of what he'd done. The fireplace was cold when I left, but I could still smell the smoke, still feel the heat from that brass button. Somewhere in the city, someone was watching, waiting, burning papers that contained secrets worth killing for, and I was the only one left who might be able to stop them. Or maybe I was next. Crime 6, I always keep the same setup in the den, armchair angled toward the bookshelf, lamp slightly to the right. It's habit. I like symmetry. But that night when I walked in, the chair was turned toward the door, not just turned, a perfect 90-degree angle, like someone had been sitting watching the hallway. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't had guests. There were faint depressions in the cushion, and a single thread caught on the armrest. I stood still for a long time. I don't remember breathing. The thread was navy blue, wool. I don't own anything wool in that shade. My fingers rolled it between them, feeling the expensive texture. Someone had been here. Someone who could afford better fabric than I could. The realization settled in my stomach like cold water. I called the police. The officer who came was young, eager. He walked through my house with heavy boots, touching surfaces I'd never let anyone touch. He asked the standard questions. Any signs of forced entry? Any valuables missing? Anyone who might have a key? I answered honestly. No, no, and no. But after he left, I found myself thinking about the woman who lived here before me, the previous owner. The realtor had mentioned her only once, briefly. A sudden move, they'd said, family emergency. The sale had been rushed, almost desperate. I'd gotten the house below market value because of it. I started paying attention to details I'd overlooked before. The extra deadbolt on the back door, installed recently based on the fresh wood shavings still scattered in the frame. The way certain floorboards creaked when stepped on, as if someone had walked those exact paths many times. The small holes in the walls where picture frames had hung, but in strange places high up, like someone was trying to watch different angles of the same room. My neighbor mentioned seeing a car parked across the street several nights that week, always the same dark sedan. They'd assumed it belonged to someone visiting the family at the corner house, but when they asked, those neighbors said they hadn't expected anyone. I began leaving subtle markers around the house, a hair across the back door, a book positioned precisely on the coffee table. Small things only I would notice if they were disturbed. Within days, the hair was gone. The book had been moved exactly 1 inch to the left. Someone was still coming in. The locksmith I called was an older man with permanent grease under his fingernails. He examined my locks with the patience of someone who'd seen everything. These are good locks, he told me, running his thumb over the cylinders. But see this, tiny scratches around the keyhole. Fresh ones, someone's been picking these. Professional work too, not some kid with a paper clip. I asked him to change everything, every lock, every key. I wanted to feel safe again, but as he worked he kept glancing toward the den. Finally he asked if I'd had the carpet cleaned recently. There were water stains near the armchair, he said, dark ones. The kind that suggested something had been spilled and cleaned hastily, but not thoroughly enough. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those stains, about the way the previous owner had left so suddenly. I pulled up property records online, searching for her name, her history. What I found made my hands shake. She'd filed 3 police reports in the months before she moved. Harassment, someone following her. Break-ins where nothing was stolen but personal items were moved, touched, rearranged. The reports painted a picture of psychological warfare. Someone who wanted her to know they could reach her anywhere, anytime. The final report was different. She'd called about finding photos. Pictures of herself taken from outside her windows, from across the street, from angles that suggested someone had been watching for weeks. The photos had been left on her kitchen counter while she slept. When she woke up, there they were, arranged in a neat line like a progression of her daily routine. I realized I hadn't been the target of a random break-in. I was living in someone else's nightmare. The person who had tormented her didn't know she'd moved. They were still playing the same game, still following the same patterns. The chair facing the door wasn't random placement, it was positioned for surveillance. Someone had been sitting there, waiting, watching for her to come home. I called the previous owner's number from the sale documents. It had been disconnected. I tried searching for her on social media, in phone directories, anywhere I could think of. She had vanished completely, as if she'd never existed at all. But the game continued. Objects moved in my house daily now. A coffee mug switched from one cabinet to another, curtains drawn when I'd left them open. My toothbrush moved from the right side of the sink to the left. Small violations that made me question my own memory, my own sanity. The breakthrough came when I installed a hidden camera in the den, just a small one tucked behind books on the shelf. I wanted proof. I wanted to see who was doing this to me, to understand why they thought I was her. The footage showed a figure entering through the back door late at night. They moved with familiarity, like they knew every creak of the floorboards. They sat in the armchair for almost an hour, just watching the hallway, waiting. Their face was always turned away from the camera, but their body language spoke of patience, of ritual, of someone who had done this many times before. What disturbed me most was how comfortable they seemed. They adjusted the lamp. They picked up one of my books and read a few pages. They even made themselves a cup of tea in my kitchen, washing the mug afterward and putting it back exactly where it belonged. This wasn't random harassment. This was someone who felt they had a right to be here. I took the footage to the police. The same young officer reviewed it with growing concern. He asked if I'd considered staying somewhere else until they could investigate further. But where could I go? This person had keys. They knew my routines. If they wanted to find me, they would. The investigation moved slowly. No fingerprints on file. No clear image of the intruder's face. No neighbors who remembered seeing anything suspicious on the nights in question. The case became just another file in an already overwhelming stack. I started sleeping with a baseball bat beside my bed. I changed my routines, came home at different times, parked in different spots. But still, the small violations continued. A window left open when I was certain I'd closed it. Food missing from my refrigerator. The armchair always turned toward the door when I came home. Then I found the journal, hidden behind a loose baseboard in the bedroom closet, wrapped in plastic like someone had wanted to preserve it. The handwriting was feminine, careful. It belonged to the previous owner. The entries detailed months of escalating harassment, someone watching her house, following her to work, calling and hanging up, breaking in just to move things around to let her know they'd been there. But the final entries revealed something that made my blood run cold. She'd figured out who it was, a former partner who couldn't accept that their relationship was over. Someone who'd kept a key to the house, who knew her schedule, who decided that if he couldn't have her, he'd make sure she never felt safe anywhere. The last entry was dated the day before she moved. She'd written, "He doesn't know I'm leaving tonight. I've packed everything that matters into my car. I can't tell anyone where I'm going because I don't trust anyone anymore. I just hope whoever lives here next doesn't have to go through what I've been through. But knowing him, he won't stop coming here for a long time. This house will always feel like his territory to him." She'd left the journal as a warning, as an explanation, as an apology to whoever came after her. I read those words sitting in the very chair he'd been using to watch for her return, the same chair he still turned toward the door every night, still hoping she'd walk through it. I understood then that I wasn't just living in her house, I was living in his obsession. He was waiting for someone who would never come home again. The police couldn't do anything with a journal and speculation. Without a name, without proof of current crimes, they said I should consider moving. Find somewhere else to live. Start over somewhere he'd never think to look. But I've been thinking about that differently lately. She ran because she was afraid. She disappeared because she thought it was her only option. Maybe it was for her, but I'm not her, and this is my house now. My sanctuary that someone else is trying to turn into their hunting ground. I still find the chair turned toward the door most nights. I still notice small things moved around, touched, rearranged. But now I move things too. I leave messages of my own. I want him to know that I know he's there, that I'm not afraid, that this game has new rules now. Some nights I sit in the chair myself, facing the door, waiting, wondering if tonight will be the night he realizes he's been playing with the wrong person, wondering what will happen when he finally understands that his obsession brought him to someone who won't disappear as easily as she did. The chair is still facing the wrong way, but maybe that's exactly where it needs to be. Crime 7, the tub was clean the night before. I always rinse it out. But that morning there were streaks of dark mud down the sides as if someone had climbed in with filthy boots and sat still. No footprints on the floor, no smears on the tiles, just the tub dirtied from inside out. The drain was partially clogged with something thick like moss. The bathroom door had been locked from the inside. I had to force it open with a butter knife. My roommate was already gone for work. She left before dawn like always. Her coffee mug sat cold on the counter, lipstick print still visible on the rim. The front door was locked, deadbolt engaged, all windows secure. Yet someone had been in our bathroom, using our tub, leaving behind earth that smelled of rain and decay. I called the landlord first. He insisted nobody else had keys. Then I called her workplace. She'd arrived on schedule, her supervisor confirmed. Normal morning routine, nothing unusual. But when I scraped samples of the mud into a plastic bag, my fingers came away stained with something that wasn't quite dirt, something organic that made my skin crawl. The police officer who responded was younger than expected, fresh uniform, notebook too clean. He photographed the tub, asked standard questions about break-ins and missing items. Nothing was taken, no signs of forced entry. He suggested sleepwalking, maybe a practical joke. His pen clicked repeatedly as he wrote. The sound echoed off bathroom tiles, sharp and mechanical. I scrubbed the tub that afternoon, but the stains had set deep into the porcelain. The water ran brown for several minutes. The smell lingered, earthy, wet, with an undertone of something sweet going sour. I bought new cleaning supplies, stronger chemicals that burned my throat and made my eyes water. Still, faint traces remained. My roommate returned home carrying groceries and apologies. Work had been hectic, she explained, dumping bags on the kitchen counter. Canned goods rolled across the surface. When I showed her the photographs on my phone, her face shifted. Not surprise exactly, but recognition quickly buried. She suggested we change the locks anyway, just to be safe. Her voice was steady, but her hands shook as she unpacked milk and bread. That evening I found her shoes by the back door. Canvas sneakers, normally white, now stained with the same dark earth. When I asked about them, she laughed too quickly. Gardening at her mother's house, she said, helping with flower beds, but her mother lived in a high-rise apartment downtown. No garden, no yard, just concrete and glass. I started paying attention to details I'd previously ignored. The way she showered at odd hours, water running longer than necessary. How she wrapped her hair in towels even when it looked dry. The small plastic bags she threw away without explanation, buried deep in kitchen trash. Once I found her standing in the bathroom doorway, staring at the tub with an expression I couldn't read. The building's security camera faced the front entrance. I convinced the landlord to let me review footage from that night. Grainy black and white images showed our usual routine. She left for work as scheduled. I emerged hours later, walking to the corner store. But there was a gap, a 30-minute window where the timestamp jumped forward without explanation. Technical malfunction, the landlord insisted, happens sometimes with older systems. Her behavior grew stranger over the following days. She avoided the bathroom entirely, using the guest powder room instead. Started showering at the gym, claiming our water pressure was weak. Bought air fresheners that masked the lingering smell but couldn't eliminate it completely. The sweet vanilla scent mixed with decay created something worse than either alone. I discovered the real evidence while doing laundry. Hidden at the bottom of the hamper, beneath weeks of accumulated clothes, was a pair of dark jeans. They were damp despite sitting there for days, and they reeked of that same earthy smell. The knees were caked with mud and something else, something that looked like oil but felt different between my fingers, thicker, more viscous. When I confronted her, she sat at the kitchen table with her hands folded. Her explanation came slowly, carefully practiced. She'd been helping a friend move furniture. Late-night job, cash payment. The friend lived outside town, dirt roads, muddy driveway. She'd slipped coming back inside, tracked mud through the house. Panicked about cleaning up, forgot about the bathroom until it was too late. But her friend's number went straight to voicemail. The address she provided didn't exist. And when I checked our car, the one she claimed to have borrowed, the odometer reading hadn't changed. No mud on the floor mats, no dirt in the tire treads, just the lingering smell of her perfume mixed with something else, something organic and wrong. The breaking point came when I found her in the bathroom at dawn, scrubbing the tub with a wire brush until her knuckles bled. She didn't hear me approach, too focused on removing stains that were no longer visible. Her movements were frantic, desperate. When she finally noticed me watching, she smiled with tears streaming down her face. "Just cleaning," she whispered. "Always need to keep cleaning." I moved out 2 weeks later, but the questions followed me. The police never found evidence of a crime, never identified the source of the mud. The case was closed as a domestic dispute, filed away with thousands of other unexplained incidents. My former roommate still lives in that apartment, still uses that bathroom. Sometimes I drive past and see her silhouette in the window, always moving, always cleaning. The truth exists somewhere in the spaces between her words, in the gaps of security footage, in the stains that resurface no matter how much bleach she uses. Some nights I wake up smelling that sweet decay, wondering what really happened in our bathroom, wondering if I lived with someone capable of things I never imagined. The mud told a story, but not one anyone was ready to hear. Crime 8, I woke up to a different kind of light, not the soft yellow I'm used to, but a cold, sterile white that buzzed faintly overhead. I checked the lamp. The bulb was different, same with the hallway light, the bathroom, even the one above the stove. Every bulb had been swapped for another. Brighter, harsher, none of mine. The packaging for the old ones was gone, and in the trash, under coffee grounds and eggshells, I found the old bulbs wrapped carefully in tissue, each one broken, shattered at the base. The weight of that discovery settled into my chest like cold water. Someone had been inside my home while I slept. Someone had methodically unscrewed every light fixture, replaced each bulb, and disposed of my old ones with surgical precision. The tissue wrapping suggested care, almost tenderness, as if the intruder wanted to preserve something fragile even while destroying it. I called the police. The officer who arrived was young, with tired eyes that barely registered concern. He walked through each room, noting the new bulbs, the broken ones in the trash. His pen scratched against the report pad, but I could tell he was going through motions. No signs of forced entry, nothing stolen, no fingerprints on the smooth glass surfaces, just light bulbs, different light bulbs. The officer suggested I change my locks anyway, maybe an ex-partner with a key, maybe a landlord who forgot to mention maintenance. His explanations felt hollow against the precision of what had happened. This wasn't random. This wasn't maintenance. This was deliberate, calculated, personal. I started asking neighbors. The woman next door remembered seeing a utility van parked outside during the afternoon. White, she said, with magnetic signs on the doors. She couldn't remember the company name, but she thought it was electrical work. The man across the street had noticed someone in coveralls going up my front steps. Nothing unusual about that. Workers came and went in the neighborhood regularly. But when I checked with the power company, they had no record of any scheduled work, no maintenance requests, no service calls logged for my address. The hardware store clerk recognized me when I came in asking about light bulbs. I'd been a regular customer, always buying the same warm-toned bulbs, but he remembered someone else asking about my purchases recently. A person in work clothes claiming to be doing electrical updates for several houses in the area. They'd asked specifically about what types of bulbs I usually bought. The clerk had been helpful, even pulled up my purchase history to show the pattern. I felt my skin prickle as he told me this. Someone had been studying my habits, learning my preferences, planning. The investigation I started doing on my own led me to public records. I discovered that my house had been the scene of something else entirely several years before I moved in. A woman had lived here alone. She'd reported multiple break-ins, but like my case, nothing was ever stolen, just small changes. Items moved, personal belongings rearranged. The police reports described her as increasingly paranoid, unreliable. The case was eventually closed when she stopped calling. I found her name in the local obituaries from 2 years ago, died in her sleep at a care facility. The obituary mentioned her struggle with anxiety and depression in her final years. It mentioned how she'd become convinced that someone was watching her, entering her home, changing things to make her question her own memory. The funeral director remembered her. He described a woman who'd become isolated, fearful. She talked about lights being different, about waking up to changes she couldn't explain. Her family had eventually moved her to assisted living, believing she was experiencing early dementia. She died there, still insisting that someone had been in her house, still claiming that the lights were wrong. I started photographing everything in my home, every object, every detail, every angle. I date-stamped the images and stored them on multiple devices. When I woke up the next morning, I compared. The coffee mug I'd left on the counter was in the dishwasher, clean and dry. The book I'd been reading was bookmarked 3 pages ahead of where I'd stopped. The thermostat had been adjusted down by 2 degrees. The photographs confirmed what I was beginning to fear. Someone was still coming inside. I installed cameras, hidden ones, recording continuously, but each morning I found gaps in the footage, clean cuts in the timeline where hours of recording had been deleted. The technology felt useless against someone who understood it better than I did. The locksmith I hired was professional, thorough. He replaced every lock, every deadbolt, every window latch, but he also told me something that made my blood run cold. The old locks had been picked multiple times, scratches on the metal that he recognized as the signature of someone very skilled, someone who'd been practicing. I realized I was living the same experience as the woman who died. The same pattern of subtle intrusions, the same dismissive police reports, the same growing isolation as people stopped believing my concerns were rational. But I found something she hadn't. Hidden in the basement, behind a water heater, was a small notebook, handwritten entries in different ink colors, different pens. Observations about the house, about routines, about the people who lived here. The entries spanned years, multiple residents, multiple victims. The handwriting was careful, methodical, clinical observations about sleep patterns, work schedules, personal habits. The notebook described the woman who lived here before me in detail that could only come from extensive surveillance. It described her growing paranoia, her calls to police, her eventual breakdown, and it described how easy it had become to convince everyone that she was losing her mind. The final entries were about me, my routines, my responses, my reactions to the light bulbs. Someone had been watching, learning, planning the same psychological campaign that had destroyed the previous resident. I took the notebook to the police. The same young officer looked through it with the same tired eyes. He suggested I might have written it myself, that the stress of the situation might be affecting my memory, my judgment. He recommended I speak with a counselor. I still live in the house. I still check the lights every morning. Sometimes they're different, sometimes they're not. I've stopped calling the police. I've stopped talking to neighbors about it. I've learned to live with the knowledge that someone is watching, someone is waiting, someone is systematically trying to make me question my own reality. The notebook is hidden now, somewhere safe, but I know it's only a matter of time before they find it, before they decide I've learned too much, before they decide I need to disappear like the woman before me. I wake up each morning wondering if today will be the day I find something worse than changed light bulbs. Something that will make everyone believe I've finally lost my mind. Something that will make me the next obituary in the local paper, another victim of anxiety and depression who died believing in impossible things. The light above my bed is burning brighter tonight, harsher. It wasn't like this when I went to sleep, and somewhere in the walls I can hear the faint sound of someone breathing. Crime 9, I don't hang curtains, never have, but when I came back from the grocery store, both windows in the living room were covered in sheer white panels I'd never seen before. Perfectly measured, dust-free, freshly pressed. I froze in the doorway, listening. Nothing. The curtain rods weren't mine. The screws in the wall were new. I checked the locks. Nothing broken. Then I found the hammer in the kitchen drawer, still warm to the touch. The receipts from that day tell a different story than my memory. Grocery items, yes, but also hardware store purchases. Curtain rods, white panels, installation screws. My signature on the credit card slip, though I don't remember writing it. The cashier's handwriting on the receipt says customer seemed confused about measurements, but I never talked to any cashier. I called my sister. She'd given me a spare key after my accident, the one that left gaps in my memory like missing puzzle pieces. She swore she hadn't been to my house. Her voice carried that careful tone people use when they're not telling the complete truth, but I couldn't pinpoint what she was hiding. The curtains bothered me for weeks, not just their presence, but their quality, expensive fabric, professional installation. Someone had taken time, cared about the details. I started checking other things in the house, small changes I might have missed. The coffee mugs were arranged differently. Books on the shelf had been moved. My bedroom closet smelled like a perfume I didn't recognize, something floral and heavy, like jasmine mixed with something medicinal. The detective assigned to my case returned my call eventually. She'd been handling break-ins in the neighborhood, though mine didn't fit the pattern. Nothing stolen, no damage, just additions. She mentioned other reports. A woman found new plants in her garden. A man discovered fresh groceries he didn't remember buying. All of them had experienced head injuries in recent months. All of them lived alone. I started keeping a journal, writing down everything I did each day. Simple activities became evidence. Did I really go to the post office yesterday? The stamp in my pocket suggested yes, but I couldn't remember the conversation with the postal worker. The journal entries in my own handwriting described conversations I couldn't recall, purchases I didn't remember making. The smell in my closet grew stronger. I found a small bottle of perfume hidden behind my winter coat, still in its shopping bag. The receipt showed a purchase date I couldn't account for, made at a department store I rarely visited. The salesperson had written a note on the receipt. Customer insisted this was her mother's favorite scent. My mother had been dead for 10 years. She never wore perfume. My sister visited unannounced. She moved through my house like she'd been there recently, knowing exactly where I kept the coffee, commenting on how nice the curtains looked. When I pressed her about the spare key, she claimed she'd returned it weeks ago, left it under the flower pot by the front door, but I'd checked that spot countless times. No key. The journal revealed patterns. Blank periods in my memory coincided with new additions to the house. A throw pillow that appeared on my couch, fresh flowers in a vase I didn't own, groceries that materialized in my refrigerator. Each item was something I might have bought, chosen with intimate knowledge of my preferences, but the timing never matched my memories. I confronted the hardware store clerk who'd sold me the curtain supplies. He remembered me clearly, said I'd been very specific about the measurements, had even brought photos of my windows. I asked to see the security footage from that day. My own face stared back at me from the grainy recording, methodically selecting items, speaking to the clerk with confidence I didn't remember feeling. But something in my expression looked wrong, vacant, like I was following a script I couldn't quite remember. The detective called back with news about the other cases. All had been resolved, she said. The victims had simply been experiencing memory issues related to their injuries, doing things they couldn't recall. Normal healing process, according to the doctors. But her voice carried the same careful tone my sister used, and she hung up before I could ask more questions. I found the medical records in my own filing cabinet, documents I didn't remember requesting. Brain scans showing areas of damage, doctor's notes about temporary amnesia, recommendations for supervised care during recovery. But the dates on the papers didn't match my memories of when the accident happened. According to these files, I'd been in treatment for months longer than I believed. The perfume bottle in my closet was nearly empty now, though I'd never opened it. The curtains had been washed recently. I could tell from how they hung, but I didn't remember doing laundry. My sister's phone went straight to voicemail when I called. The detective's number had been disconnected. I sit in my living room now, watching how the light filters through those white curtains, casting shadows that seem to move when they shouldn't. The journal beside me contains entries in my handwriting describing activities I can't remember, conversations with people whose faces I can't recall. The hammer in the kitchen drawer has been used recently. I can tell from the fresh scratches on its surface. The truth sits at the edge of my consciousness like a word I can't quite remember, something important I'm supposed to understand but can't quite grasp. The curtains hang perfectly straight, professionally installed by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Someone who had unlimited access to my house, my belongings, my life. someone who understood my preferences better than I understood them myself. And in the growing darkness, with those white curtains glowing in the streetlight outside, I'm beginning to suspect that someone might have been me all along. Story 10. The gentle current flowed languidly that serene morning, the water reflecting the sky like a polished mirror. The fisherman's boat glided effortlessly, barely disturbing the glassy surface. Lost in the tranquility of the moment, he almost missed the sight of a peculiar object bobbing near the shore, a solitary suitcase, abandoned and adrift. Initially dismissing it as discarded debris, he felt a tug of curiosity compelling him to investigate further. As he drew closer, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, thick and oppressive, impossible to ignore. The suitcase, wrapped in chains and weathered by time, exuded an air of mystery and foreboding. With a sense of trepidation, he watched as authorities pried open the rusted case, revealing a macabre tableau within. Instead of clothes, the interior held a macabre surprise, a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a silent grip of terror. Nestled at the bottom, a haunting note whispered cryptic words, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the somber scene, a handkerchief pressed delicately to her nose to ward off the stench of death. The victim, a woman in her 30s, lay motionless on the shore, her once luminous features now dulled by the ravages of water and time. The meticulous work of the medical examiner unfolded methodically, each detail catalogued before the body was solemnly removed. What struck Mercer amidst the grim tableau was not just the brutal disposal of the victim, but the eerie sense of reverence in her presentation. Nails impeccably manicured, hair styled with care, dressed in garments of opulence, a stark contrast to her watery grave. "It wasn't a hasty act," Mercer murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the lapping waters. She was arranged, almost like a tragic exhibit. Identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in high-end properties, the victim's life unraveled in the wake of her demise. Divorced, childless, she inhabited a solitary existence in an affluent enclave. Her colleagues painted a portrait of a driven, meticulous professional with a penchant for privacy. Reports surfaced of her abrupt disappearance, flagged by her concerned assistant when she failed to materialize for a crucial showing to elite clients. She wouldn't have missed it, the assistant attested adamantly. That sale would have been her crowning achievement. Scouring Walsh's meticulously curated modernist abode, investigators unearthed a facade of perfection, every corner pristine, every surface immaculate. An anomaly emerged in her home office, a drawer slightly ajar revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry spoke of unseen eyes. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. Digital breadcrumbs led Mercer down a labyrinthine path of obsession and fixation. Walsh's inbox overflowed with cryptic messages bearing the chilling refrain, "I see your perfection." An eerie pattern emerged, a sinister dance of surveillance and scrutiny. Connecting the dots, Mercer intuited a chilling truth: the killer, a meticulous puppeteer orchestrating a macabre performance of perfection and decay. A breakthrough emerged from an unlikely source, a pawnshop proprietor recognizing Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares. The culprit, Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker, unraveled before the watchful eyes of justice. Surveillance footage unveiled Linden's clandestine visits to Walsh's domain, a pattern of intrusion veiled by the guise of routine maintenance. His apartment, a facade of normalcy, harbored a trove of dark secrets, photographs of Walsh and others, captured in moments of vulnerability. An eerie shrine bore witness to his twisted fixation, a mosaic of obsession and possession. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Lyndon remained stoic, his facade of innocence crumbling under the weight of truth. They were flawed, he intoned impassively. Their perfection was a mirage, a lie I had to correct. The trial unveiled a chilling narrative of meticulous stalking and calculated violence. Lyndon's victims, all women of similar bearing to Walsh, fell prey to his deranged quest for perfection. Families stood in silent vigil as justice proclaimed a life sentence, sealing Lyndon's fate in a prison of his making. For Mercer, the case closed, yet shadows of doubt lingered. What drove Lyndon to such depths of depravity? What fractured fragment of his own soul sought absolution through these heinous acts? The river whispered its timeless melody, carrying secrets downstream, its waters a mirror of forgotten sins. In Mercer's precinct, a stark reminder lay on her desk, the haunting remnants of Lyndon's meticulous diaries, a testament to the darkness that lurks beneath the veneer of normalcy. For in the deepest recesses of seemingly ordinary lives, monsters may dwell, hidden from view, biding their time until the mask of perfection slips, revealing the grotesque truth that lies within. Story 11, The Hidden Watcher. The realtor's listing spoke nothing of a basement. The blueprints held no hint of its existence. Yet as the family unraveled the worn carpet, a door emerged, concealed beneath. A weighty, rusted handle beckoned. It took 3 sets of hands to pry it ajar. Stale air billowed forth, saturated with the fragrance of moist earth. Steps descended into obscurity. They anticipated storage. Instead, they encountered a solitary chair, a lone light bulb swaying overhead. And on the wall behind, a line of photographs of themselves. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban dwelling amidst the wintry chill, when darkness descended prematurely and the bare trees of the neighborhood stood stark against the cold heavens. The aged 2-story abode, with its weathered siding and groaning floorboards, exuded character, they reassured themselves. Character and history. What they had not foreseen was the abundance of history housed within the walls, or how violently it would intertwine with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene alongside her partner, the crime scene unit already cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's tremulous voice had relayed the discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else descends," Connors directed, donning latex gloves with practiced ease. The camera flashes sporadically illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned beneath their weight. The basement, a compact space akin to a standard bedroom, featured concrete walls painted a dreary gray. The solitary chair was affixed to the floor at the room's center. Overhead, the stark bulb cast angular shadows, revolving slowly in an unseen current. Yet it was the photographic array that seized attention, 37 images meticulously aligned in chronological sequence. These trace back nearly 4 weeks, Connor's partner remarked, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the backs of the prints. Observe this one: Mrs. Mercer asleep on the sofa, Mr. Mercer at the dining table, the children in their chambers. The inquiry unveiled no signs of intrusion, no shattered windows or tampered locks. The security system had never been activated. Nothing had been pilfered. Merely their privacy had been violated, along with any semblance of security the family had harbored. Forensics uncovered numerous fingerprints throughout the basement, predominantly belonging to previous proprietors of the residence. Records disclosed the house changing hands 6 times in the preceding decade, each family vacating within a year's span and selling at diminishing prices. None had mentioned unearthing a basement. We must interview every former owner, Connor stipulated, flipping through her notepad. The case grew increasingly disconcerting as they retraced the property's history. Property records unveiled discrepancies, blueprints tampered with between transactions, permits submitted then retracted, inspection reports with extensive redactions. A breakthrough ensued during the interrogation of the contractor who had refurbished the dwelling 7 years prior. His complexion blanched upon glimpsing photos of the basement. "That chamber is non-existent," he attested, his hands trembling. "I stripped that space down to the foundation. No basement, no door, nothing beneath the living room save for soil and concrete." Digital forensics extracted data from the concealed memory card within the light fixture. Myriads of additional images bedecked their evidence boards, not solely of the Mercers, but of previous families, offspring slumbering, guardians quarreling, intimate instants, mundane routines, all captured by an unwelcome observer. The investigation veered into murkier realms upon the retrieval of audio files from a weatherproof container buried in the basement's corner. Voice recordings of dialogues within the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living area. The audio quality hinted at sophisticated microphones secreted throughout the abode, though none were discovered during the initial search. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors directed, her tone taut with urgency. "Inspect air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been observing these families for years." Beyond the photographic barrier, investigators unearthed a slender passage leading to a modest monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages teeming with meticulous observations of each family that had inhabited the residence. Their routines, their schedules, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The script mirrored samples from the home's original builder, a man christened Edward Kelvin. Records indicated his demise during the house's construction, an aspect that grew increasingly dubious as the investigation unfurled. No death certificate had been filed, no obsequies arranged. Edward Kelvin had simply vanished from public records. The final entries within the journal escalated into a frenzy. Phrases like "they never looked down" and "they never see me" recurred incessantly. The ultimate page bore a solitary sentence: "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint scrutiny validated detectives' burgeoning suspicions Edward Kelvin had never departed from the sanctuary he erected. He had merely retreated into its concealed recesses, crafting a labyrinth of surveillance points from which he could observe the families who believed they dwelt in solitude. The pursuit persisted for 3 days. They discovered him huddled within a crawlspace amidst the second-floor chambers, his form gaunt and sinewy, adapted to navigating the narrow passageways he had forged within the walls. His eyes blinked against the beams of the flashlight, unaccustomed to direct radiance. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as though they were actors in his private theater. He delineated his observations with the dispassionate regard of a scientist scrutinizing specimens. He had never physically engaged them, never absconded with their possessions, never directly meddled in their lives. He had merely watched, recorded, documented. "They welcomed me," he disclosed to investigators, his voice subdued and coherent. "They affixed their signatures. They became mine." The psychological evaluation affirmed Kelvin's affliction with severe delusions, perceiving himself as a custodian of the abode rather than an intruder. The families were transient guests in what he deemed his eternal abode. The Mercer family never revisited the premises. Like their predecessors, they abandoned their effects, seizing solely what they could transport in valises. The residence languished unpopulated as the case navigated through the judicial system. The trial unveiled the full scale of Kelvin's surveillance network, concealed chambers accessible solely through crawl spaces, observation points integrated into the structure itself, meticulously planned ere the initial brick was laid. The abode had been fabricated from its inception as a viewing apparatus, its residents unwitting accomplices in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. Upon the jury's pronouncement, Kelvin exhibited no reaction. He had already receded into the recesses of his mind's architecture, where he could still traverse unseen through the passageways of the house that existed now solely in recollection. The property was ultimately razed, its subterranean depths excavated and replenished. Nonetheless, for the families who had resided there, the transgression endured. They lingered not on what had been stripped from them, but on what they had been oblivious to, observing, eavesdropping, recording their most intimate instants from within walls they had entrusted to safeguard them. Occasionally, during tranquil moments, they found themselves peering upwards at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, contemplating if they were truly isolated now, pondering if they ever had been. Story 12, the unmarked package, arrived silently, shrouded in mystery and intrigue. No return address, no tracking number, just a nondescript cardboard box touched by the morning dew. Sarah Miller, the unsuspecting recipient, hesitated as she noticed the unfamiliar name, Daniel Whitaker, printed on the label. A moment of uncertainty flickered through her thoughts, urging her to leave the package untouched on her porch, but the pull of curiosity was too strong to resist. With a sense of trepidation, Sarah opened the box, expecting mundane contents. Instead, nestled inside was a VHS tape, its black plastic gleaming under the kitchen lights. A single sticky note clung to the tape, bearing a cryptic directive: watch alone. The weight of the tape in her hands felt strangely heavy, as if it carried secrets too weighty for its small form to contain. As Sarah examined the worn edges of the tape, her fingers tracing the imperfections in the plastic casing, the world outside continued its ordinary rhythm. The distant sounds of a barking dog, the laughter of children playing nearby, the steady hum of a lawnmower, all oblivious to the enigma that had just entered Sarah's life. Bringing the package inside, Sarah placed it on her kitchen counter, her mind swirling with conflicting emotions. The name Daniel Whitaker meant nothing to her in her years of residing in the house. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had long departed, leaving behind no trace of the mysterious Daniel. Despite her reservations, Sarah found herself drawn to the ancient VCR tucked away in a corner, a relic of bygone days. The tape beckoned to her, promising a tale untold within its worn casing. Against her better judgment, she inserted the tape, the screen crackling to life with static that slowly resolved into a dimly lit room. A figure emerged from the shadows, his voice steady yet tinged with urgency. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man on the screen began, his words carrying a weight of truth. He spoke of innocence, of a twisted fate that had ensnared him in a web of deception and betrayal. As the narrative unfolded, Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entangled in a web of lies and half-truths. The case of Catherine Walsh's murder, once seemingly straightforward, now revealed layers of corruption and malice. The emergence of multiple tapes from Daniel Whitaker cast a shadow of doubt over the official narrative, leading Ramirez down a path rife with danger and deceit. The pieces of the puzzle began to align as Sarah received a second package, containing damning evidence of a corporate conspiracy. The truth, buried beneath layers of deceit, slowly rose to the surface, exposing the machinations of powerful forces intent on silencing those who dared to speak out. With each new revelation, Ramirez and Sarah unraveled the sinister plot orchestrated by those in positions of power. Daniel Whitaker's innocence became clear, his role transformed from suspect to victim of a ruthless scheme. In a quiet storage unit, the final pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing the truth that had eluded them for so long. Justice, though delayed, arrived in the form of undeniable evidence and unwavering determination. As the tape of truth played out its final scenes, Sarah and Daniel stood face to face, a silent understanding passing between them. The wrong address, it seemed, had been the key to unlocking the mysteries that had plagued them. And so the VHS tapes, once symbols of deceit and manipulation, became relics of a truth reclaimed, a reminder that sometimes the most unexpected packages hold the answers we seek. Story 13. She entered through the front door, disturbed dust dancing in the stagnant air. The abandoned house, a relic frozen in time, exuded a sense of stillness, its peeling walls and draped furniture holding memories long forgotten. Yet amidst the eerie calm, a peculiar mystery lingered. Each door she opened, each hallway she ventured down led her back to the same parlor, a maze with no escape except for the way she had come. But when she turned to retrace her steps, the front door had vanished into thin air. The revelation of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form elevated the deserted Victorian from a mere curiosity to a scene of crime. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, observing as forensic experts moved silently through the dimly lit rooms like specters. Once known for its unsettling reputation among locals where compasses spun inexplicably and whispers of being watched circulated the house, now harbored secrets far darker than mere folklore. The initial assessment suggests she passed 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible. The cause appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan was discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her demeanor serene as though expectant. No signs of struggle, no marks of defense. The scene emitted a chilling tranquility that even seasoned investigators found disconcerting. Who discovered the body? Lind inquired, flipping through her notes. A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers, her partner replied. They stumbled upon her seated there, initially mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had remained uninhabited since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years earlier. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of neglect, unwanted, unsold, and fading from memory, except for the occasional trespasser or thrill seeker. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, possessed a meticulous nature and an insatiable curiosity for spaces that defied conventional norms. The abandoned Victorian, renowned for disorienting visitors, held an irresistible allure for her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days prior, Lind noted. Morgan had mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. Investigations unveiled Morgan's frequent visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustic phenomena, sudden drops in temperature, and doors that seemed to lead to different places with each opening. In her final entry, she alluded to bringing specialized equipment to capture what she termed spatial inconsistencies. Yet this equipment remained nowhere to be found. Autopsy findings unveiled an unexpected detailed traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant associated with certain shamanic practices. While the substance was known to induce disorientation and vivid hallucinations, the amounts present were insufficient to be fatal. She wasn't one to indulge in recreational substances, her boyfriend insisted during interrogation. Morgan held her research methods in high regard. She wouldn't have compromised her perception intentionally. Deleted messages retrieved from Morgan's phone hinted at conversations with an individual sharing her fascination with the house, a person who purported to grasp its enigmatic nature. The exchanges grew progressively intimate and cryptic. The house retains its memories, one message disclosed. It seeks to reveal itself to someone. The trail led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had engaged in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated her interest, evolving their professional bond into a more personal connection. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely devastated by her passing. "The house carries a reputation," he explained. The original architect wove optical illusions and false perspectives into its design, intending to perplex and bewilder. Morgan believed there was more to it, something beyond mere trickery. However, Reeves possessed a solid alibi for the estimated time of Morgan's demise. Surveillance footage depicted him delivering a lecture at a university symposium located several hours away. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, Alina Blackwood's grandson, now residing overseas. Contacted by investigators, he disclosed a long-held family secret. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to meet her end in that house," he divulged. Others followed, always discovered in a parlor, always appearing tranquil. The family referred to it as the claiming. He furnished investigators with journals spanning decades, recounting deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or stroke. A pattern emerged: individuals spending significant time within the house eventually succumbed to what the family cryptically termed the influence. A secondary sweep of the property unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor's fireplace. Inside, investigators unearthed Morgan's missing equipment alongside a cryptic discovery. A small chamber housed artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, meticulously arranged in a geometric formation. At its center sat a weathered figurine, embodying a deity associated with liminal realms, thresholds between worlds. Traces of the alkaloid matching Morgan's toxicology report clung to the artifacts. The case took a dark turn when dust analyses within the house hinted at a presence beyond Morgan. Partial fingerprints, foreign to her or any known visitors, were retrieved from doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered lifeless in his residence. Mirroring Morgan's demise, he sat facing the entrance, an expression of serenity gracing his features, the same alkaloid detected in his system. Clenched in his hand was a key that unlocked no door in his abode, but fit seamlessly into the hidden compartment of the Victorian. In his final correspondence, sent to himself as if preserving a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't shackle you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct: the doors laid where they always have, yet something plants the seed of circular movement in your mind. Once enlightenment dawns, departure becomes viable, but by then, the yearning to leave dissipates. The case remains officially open, classified as suspicious fatalities under scrutiny. The Victorian now stands condemned, its access restricted by authorities. Nonetheless, whispers persist of spectral lights flickering within on certain nights, and of visitors who vanish within its walls. Some locals posit that the house seizes those who delve too deeply into its enigmatic nature. Others speculate that Morgan and Reeves unearthed a force ancient and potent, one existing within the interstices of conventional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an exit within a house where every door leads back to the beginning. Story 14. The apartment sat in silence, untouched by life for months on end. When the new tenants crossed its threshold, they carried with them no great expectations, only the anticipation of dust settling on forgotten furniture. Yet one door stood defiantly closed, its secrets concealed behind a stubborn lock. It was a mere closet, nothing more, so they thought, until the moment the landlord summoned the strength to force it open, revealing a sight that sent shivers down their spines. Inside, the walls bore witness to a haunting tale etched in deep, uneven scratches, a silent plea for freedom etched into the very wood. In the corner lay an antiquated flip phone, its screen still aglow with a single unread message, a spectral whisper of the past. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling mysteries, felt a chill crawl up her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. It wasn't the absence of blood or violence that unnerved her, but the palpable sense of desperation that lingered in those scratch marks, a silent scream for help trapped in a confined space. Forensics now, she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the evidence on film, and bring me the records of the previous tenants. The cryptic message on the phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, a man perpetually on edge with clammy palms, recounted how the previous tenant, a quiet young woman named Emma Caldwell, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. "She kept to herself, caused no trouble," he muttered, his gaze skirting the closet as if afraid of what lurked within. Forensic analysis revealed a haunting truth embedded in the scratches on the wall's multiple blood samples, most belonging to Emma herself, reported missing at the age of 28 after she mysteriously ceased all contact with the outside world. Yet there were two other DNA traces discovered, one unidentified and the other belonging to a man who had supposedly met his demise 2 years prior. "This can't be right," Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed on the perplexing lab report. Derek Mercer, a man presumed dead after a car accident, had left a fresh imprint on the closet walls, defying the logic of the known world. Emma's living quarters painted a picture of a life abruptly interrupted, unopened mail, a forgotten coffee mug, a neatly made bed. Her phone records hinted at a sudden cessation of communication with her sister, punctuated by a flurry of calls from an unknown number in the days leading up to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, reported Officer Reed. No name, just adjectives like intense and private. As the investigation unfolded, surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure in a baseball cap trailing Emma into her building, his identity carefully shielded from prying eyes. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place as Shaw connected the dots, tracing a web of deceit and manipulation woven by a man with a thirst for control. Mercer's fingerprints on the closet doorknob hinted at a sinister presence lurking in the shadows. He staged his own death, Shaw deduced, but why and what ties him to Emma? A missing persons report led them to the enigmatic Lynette Porter, who had vanished years earlier. Her description matched that of a mysterious visitor to Emma's apartment, linking the two women in a sinister dance orchestrated by Mercer. The trail of evidence led them to a secluded property owned by Mercer's family, where behind heavy basement doors they uncovered Lynette alive but broken, a living testament to the horrors that had unfolded within those walls. "He made me watch," she whispered, her eyes vacant with trauma. "He wanted me to learn the price of defiance." As the investigation deepened, journals chronicling Mercer's twisted obsessions, photographs of his victims, and chilling video recordings surfaced, painting a portrait of a man consumed by darkness. The hunt for Derek Mercer spanned jurisdictions, a shadowy figure on the run with a thirst for suffering that sent shivers down the spines of those who pursued him. Upon his capture at a bus terminal, Mercer exuded a calm demeanor, a facade of normalcy that belied the horrors he had inflicted. She sent that message herself, he claimed, his voice tinged with a chilling certainty. She wanted someone to find her, but she didn't deserve salvation. The trial unveiled a macabre tapestry of deception woven by Mercer, a man who had engineered his own disappearance to prey on unsuspecting victims who bore a resemblance to his first conquest. Emma's fate remained a mystery, her body lost to the confines of that wretched closet where she had fought her final battle, her message a silent cry for justice preserved in the digital void. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate with a life sentence devoid of redemption, a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes, a private victory understood only by the shadows that haunted his soul. In a final act of defiance, Lynette Porter stood before the court, her voice unwavering. He sought to confine us in darkness, but as he withers away in his cell, I will bask in the light of freedom. The case reshaped investigative protocols, shining a light on the hidden horrors that lurk within the mundane corners of everyday life. Detective Shaw, keeper of secrets and seeker of truth, hung the closet door on her office wall as a haunting reminder that even in silence, the echoes of the past can still be heard, etched in the desperate marks of those who fought to be heard. Story 15, The Enigmatic Manor. The new homeowners brushed off the crackling of the old intercom system as a mere quirk, a remnant of a bygone era lurking in the shadows of their new abode. The Victorian manor, shrouded by ancient oak trees, exuded an aura of mystery that belied its modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker, drawn to the property's historical charm, were unaware of the chilling secrets that lay dormant within its walls. One fateful night, curiosity overcame the husband, and he pressed the intercom button, unleashing a whisper that sent shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" The voice, haunting and ethereal, echoed through the speaker, leaving him trembling with unease. His wife, standing quietly behind him, denied ever uttering those words, setting the stage for a series of inexplicable events to unfold. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a potential break-in, but she sensed there was more to the story than met the eye. Daniel, pallid and visibly disturbed, recounted how the intercom had become a conduit for eerie transmissions, gradually escalating from static to chilling whispers and coherent sentences that defied logical explanation. Meredith, her hands clenched around a forgotten mug, revealed a startling discovery hidden behind a wall, a weathered journal belonging to Alina, the long-gone previous owner of the house. The journal chronicled Alina's mounting fear of her husband Vincent, hinting at sinister intentions that culminated in her disappearance 3 decades prior. As the investigation unfolded, the truth emerged from beneath the concrete foundation of the garden shed, where human remains lay buried for years. Forensic analysis pointed to a grim reality. Alina had met a tragic end at the hands of her own husband, Vincent Blackwood. Vincent, now elderly and confined to a care facility, confessed to the murder with a chilling nonchalance, recounting how he silenced his wife's voice that echoed through the intercom by sealing her fate and fabricating a web of deception to conceal his crime for decades. The trial swiftly concluded with Vincent pleading guilty to the heinous crime, his meticulously crafted facade crumbling under the weight of justice. Daniel and Meredith, burdened by the house's dark legacy, made the painful decision to sell the manor, bidding farewell with a solemn memorial for Alina in the restored garden. As the intercom system was dismantled by the new owners, whispers and static lingered in the air, a ghostly reminder of the house's haunted past. Detective Reeves, contemplating the closed case file, pondered how the manor itself had orchestrated the revelation of its long-buried secrets, earning the moniker the house that answered back among law enforcement circles. On her nightly drives past the manor, Detective Reeves would slow down, the window cracked open, attuned to the whispers carried on the wind, a silent tribute to the voices that refused to be silenced by time. Story 16. Renovations always have a way of revealing hidden treasures, peculiar relics from the past that whisper secrets long forgotten. In the case of Sarah and Michael, the uncovering of a mysterious letter beneath the floorboards of their newly acquired Victorian-era home was a discovery that would send shivers down their spines. The couple, drawn to the charm of the old house with its intricate moldings and storied past, never expected to stumble upon a folded letter, its paper yellowed with age and its ink faded but its message clear. Don't trust the one who knocked. Before the weight of those words could fully sink in, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the empty rooms, a chilling echo that left Sarah and Michael frozen in place, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and curiosity. Detective Alina Reed, with her seasoned partner by her side, arrived on the scene to investigate the unsettling discovery. With the floorboards pried open, exposing the dark void beneath, Reed's experienced hands delicately retrieved the note, knowing that the couple's inadvertent touch had compromised any potential evidence. As Sarah and Michael recounted the eerie knocking sound, Reed observed the genuine fear etched on their faces. Background checks on the couple revealed nothing alarming, just a pair of newlyweds with solid reputations and stable lives. The true enigma lay in the history of the house itself. Previously owned by the reclusive Hargrove family for generations, the house had stood vacant for years following the passing of the last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow with no known enemies or suspicious circumstances surrounding her death. But as Reed delved deeper into the tangled web of the Hargrove family's past, a darker narrative began to unfurl. The discovery of the letter, dated 2 decades prior and bearing signs of distress in its script, hinted at buried secrets and untold fears that had long haunted the halls of the old house. Digging through county records and speaking with acquaintances of the Hargroves, Reed unearthed a troubling revelation about Franklin Hargrove, Margaret's late husband, a respected teacher with a hidden struggle against paranoia in his final years. A former student's recollection of Franklin's descent into fear and obsession, coupled with whispers from Margaret's frail sister about a mysterious collector who had come knocking, painted a portrait of a family haunted by debts and dark dealings. The breakthrough came when Margaret's buried diaries, hidden away in the attic, shed light on a tragic tale of desperation and betrayal. Franklin's gambling debts, owed to the elusive loan shark Victor Mercer, had set in motion a chain of events that led to a fateful confrontation in the shadows of the house. Forensic teams, guided by the evidence from Margaret's writings, uncovered a grim truth buried beneath the foundation, a male skeleton, fractured and forgotten, a grim testament to a crime long concealed. Victor Mercer, the missing loan shark with a reputation for ruthlessness, had met his end at the hands of Franklin in a moment of violent confrontation, the echoes of which had reverberated through the years, haunting Margaret until her final days. With the case finally closed and justice served in its own somber way, Sarah and Michael made the decision to part ways with the house, unable to bear the weight of its tragic past. Now vacant, the old Victorian home stands as a silent witness to the secrets buried within its walls, a place where the whispers of the past still linger in the night. Local tales speak of eerie phenomena, a phantom knocking that echoes through the empty rooms, a ghostly reminder of the tangled fates that once intertwined within. And though the note with its cryptic warning remains locked away in evidence storage, its message lingers in the air like a haunting refrain: don't trust the one who knocked. In the end, Detective Reed reflected on the unsolved mysteries that lingered in the shadows, the truths obscured by time and tragedy, reminding us that some secrets are destined to remain buried, their answers lost to the winds of history. Story 17. Deep within the shadows of her new home, a slight shift beneath her foot revealed a secret waiting to be unveiled. Intrigued, she knelt down and traced the edges of the loose plank, sensing there was more than met the eye. With gentle precision, she lifted the boards, exposing a hidden chamber beneath the house. Dust danced in the dim light, revealing forgotten relics of a past unknown: a mattress, a chair, and nestled in the corner, a weathered notebook filled with haunting repetitions of her name. Detective Morgan Reed stood by Sarah Coleman's side, observing the darkness that lay beneath her sanctuary. Beyond the physical objects, a sense of violation hung in the air, an intrusion into the safety she had sought. "Don't disturb anything." Detective Reed's voice was steady yet commanding as she flicked on her flashlight, illuminating the secrets concealed below. The walls were adorned with a mosaic of surveillance photographs capturing Sarah's every move, a twisted shrine to an obsession hidden in plain sight. The cottage had been acquired from the estate of Walter Green, a recluse with no known kin, his watchful eyes lingering long after his passing. The real estate ad had painted a picture of charm, masking the sinister truth lurking beneath the surface. "I never crossed paths with him." Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. "I thought that part of the house was sealed off for good." The arrival of crime scene investigators echoed through the house, their presence marking the beginning of a disturbing unraveling. Fingerprints belonging solely to Walter Green littered the hidden chamber, a testament to his unyielding fixation. The timeline painted a chilling portrait: years spent in shadow, watching, waiting. The psychologist's words lingered in the air, hinting at darker intentions that had yet to manifest. Reed's inquiry led her to a nervous informant, shedding light on a cryptic phrase Walter had uttered: "She belongs with me." The discovery of a key in an untouched locker unraveled a web of obsession, unveiling a storage unit that mirrored Sarah's former life with eerie precision. A mannequin sat in silent homage, a chilling reminder of the delusion that had consumed Walter Green. The investigation unveiled a past marred by untreated fixation, a history of obsession that had lain dormant until Sarah unknowingly ignited its flames. As photographs of the eerie replicas circulated, a shroud of unease settled over the room. Sarah's decision to leave the house was met with understanding, a necessary step to reclaim her sense of security. The lingering question of what could have been haunted her as she bid farewell to the place tainted by unseen eyes. The case closed with Walter's demise, a chilling chapter marked as stalking with intent, a narrative cut short by fate's intervention. Sarah's life took a new trajectory, veiled in caution and seclusion, a survivor of a fate narrowly averted. The cottage found new owners, blissfully unaware of the secrets that lay dormant beneath its floors. The hidden chamber was sealed, the past entombed in darkness. Life carried on, but for those privy to the truth, the tale of a hidden room beneath the floor whispered of dangers unseen, of monsters left unchecked, and of a narrow escape from a fate unknown. Story 18. The inn was modest, antiquated, a place where travelers passed through for just a night. The receptionist handed her the key with a peculiar glance. "Just avoid the final door on the left," he whispered. Intrigue tugged at her, urging her to explore. That evening, as she wandered down the poorly illuminated corridor, she halted in front of it. The knob felt icy against her touch. The door appeared unremarkable until she pressed her ear to it. From the other side, a faint breath whispered. Detective Morgan Reed blinked away drowsiness, slipping beneath the yellow tape marking the crime scene at the threshold. The stench assaulted her senses, first sharp and tangy, a scent she identified instantly. Blood had seeped into the threadbare carpet, saturating the already shadowy design to near obsidian. The room was a study in contrasts, immaculate bathroom, undisturbed bed, and then the chilling sight between them. A young woman's form lay sprawled on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo. Her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling, her visage frozen in what could have been astonishment or dread. Reed knelt beside the victim, careful not to disturb the evidence markers scattered around. "Third one this season," remarked the forensic specialist, his tone devoid of emotion as he captured images of the scene from various angles. "Same modus operandi as the previous cases." Reed nodded in silence. The victim wore upscale attire, a stark contrast to this forsaken motel. A high-end handbag lay open on the nightstand, its contents undisturbed. This was no ordinary robbery. Another force drove this perpetrator. The inn manager hovered anxiously in the doorway, his complexion drained. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. The cleaning staff discovered her. Reed surveyed the room once more. No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds on the victim. She had either willingly let her killer in or already knew them. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photographs on the board. 3 women, all bearing striking resemblances, all found in budget motels off the beaten path. The media started probing. Whispers of a serial predator began to circulate in the community. "The autopsy results are in," announced Detective Hayes, dropping a folder on Reed's desk. "Cause of death, manual strangulation, no DNA under the victim's nails, no indications of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brow. "This feels personal, not your typical predatory behavior." Days melded into one another as the investigation intensified. Surveillance footage from the inn revealed nothing out of the ordinary. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, was a meticulous financial analyst with no known adversaries. Her acquaintances described her as cautious, precise, not someone who would willingly choose to stay in such a place. A breakthrough came during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man she was involved with, the sister disclosed, her hands trembling around her coffee cup. Someone from her workplace. She was secretive about it, mentioned he was complicated. "Married, I believe," Reed lined in. "Did she ever mention a name?" "She referred to him as C, that's all she let slip." The focus of the investigation shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues depicted her as professional, reserved. None were aware of any romantic involvement. However, upon searching Werner's desk, Reed unearthed a business card tucked inside a desk calendar. Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson exuded a polished demeanor during questioning, concerned, cooperative, appropriately distant. His alibi seemed airtight, dinner with his spouse and another couple, yet something in his gaze unsettled Reed. "Did you have a personal relationship with Elaine Werner outside of work?" Reed inquired casually. A flicker crossed Emerson's face fleetingly, imperceptible to anyone else. Purely professional. Later that week, forensics matched partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag to Emerson. When confronted, his facade cracked. "We were involved," he confessed, "but I ended it. She threatened to expose me to my wife." "Was that enough reason to take her life?" Reed pressed. Emerson's countenance hardened. "I never set foot in that motel." However, hotel records painted a different narrative. A credit card transaction for the adjoining room paid for with a corporate card linked to Emerson's company. Upon searching that room, they unearthed a hidden camera in the shared ventilation duct. The pieces of evidence stacked up. Fibers from Emerson's distinctive suit matched those found on Werner's body. His DNA surfaced on a drinking glass in her room. Further scrutiny of his home computer unveiled similar recordings of the two previous victims. A pattern emerged. Emerson targeted women resembling his wife in her youth. He lured them to designated motels, always selecting the room next to the last door on the left, a room prepped with surveillance gear. He filmed their encounters, then returned later to eliminate the evidence, the women themselves. In the interrogation room, Emerson's facade finally crumbled. They were threatening to ruin everything, he murmured. My reputation, my marriage, my entire life. The trial was swift but sensational. 3 families bore witness as justice unfolded in the austere courtroom. Emerson displayed no remorse, maintaining the blank expression that had served him well in the corporate realm. The judge condemned him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. As officers escorted him away, Reed caught his gaze. For a fleeting moment, she glimpsed something behind his mask, not humanity, but its absence, a void where empathy should have resided. The media dubbed it the door on the left case. Psychologists delved into Emerson's psyche. True crime enthusiasts dissected every detail. But for Reed, the case never truly concluded. At times, wandering down hotel corridors, she found herself tallying doors, pondering what secrets might linger behind them. In the evidence vault, shielded from public view, 3 identical keys remain labeled and archived, tangible reminders that certain doors, once opened, can never be shut again. Story 19. The tale begins in a quaint costume shop, its shelves stripped bare as it prepared to close its doors for the final time. Amidst the remnants of old inventory, a woman, drawn by a mysterious force, reached out and plucked a mask from a dusty shelf. Its delicate features held an unsettling, lifelike quality that seemed to whisper secrets of ages past. The cashier hesitated as she placed it on the counter, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "That's not ours," he muttered, a note of apprehension in his voice. Perplexed, the woman checked the mask for a tag, but there was none to be found. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take it home, unaware of the shadows that would soon envelop her world. That very night, a soft sound stirred her from slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting in the darkness. Her heart raced as she realized the mask was no longer resting on the dresser where she had left it. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, its inscrutable gaze fixed upon her. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, would soon become entwined in a chilling mystery that defied rational explanation. It was a concerned neighbor who stumbled upon the eerie scene the following morning. The front door of Catherine's home stood ajar, allowing a sliver of morning light to pierce the darkness within. The borrowed book in hand forgotten, the neighbor's eyes widened in shock at the sight that greeted them. Catherine lay lifeless on the bedroom floor, the mysterious mask vanished without a trace. Detective Morgan arrived on the scene as forensics meticulously documented every detail. The click of shutters punctuated the hushed whispers of the investigators as they pieced together the enigma before them. "No signs of forced entry," noted one officer, his pen scratching against the notepad. The detective's keen eyes scanned the room, noting the subtleties that hinted at a deeper truth. A drawer slightly ajar, a lipstick-stained watered glass on the nightstand, all seemingly ordinary in contrast to the tragedy that had unfolded. The medical examiner's somber demeanor hinted at the gravity of the situation. Cause of death unclear at first glance. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle, he intoned, gesturing towards Catherine's frozen expression of terror. The detective knelt beside the lifeless form, a shiver coursing through her. "Something scared her to death," she murmured, the pieces of the puzzle slowly falling into place. Catherine, an unassuming art appraiser in life, had possessed a keen eye for detail that now seemed to seal her fate. Colleagues spoke of her uncanny ability to discern authenticity, a skill that may have unwittingly led her down a path of darkness. As the investigation unfolded, a chilling pattern began to emerge, linking Catherine's death to a series of unsolved mysteries spanning decades. Security footage from the costume shop hinted at an otherworldly origin for the malevolent mask. The cashier's perplexed reaction, the owner's denial, all pointed to a sinister truth lurking beneath the surface. A visit to the now empty shop revealed a tale of eerie occurrences tied to a deceased collector and a legacy of unexplained deaths. A breakthrough in the case came in the form of microscopic fibers found on Catherine's fingertips, a cryptic clue that hinted at a struggle beyond the physical realm. The lab technician's words echoed with a sense of foreboding as he described the unearthly composition of the fibers, a blend of human hair and an unknown organic substance defying identification. Records of past victims painted a harrowing picture of lives claimed by the insidious influence of the masks. Each death mirrored Catherine's own demise, a testimony to a malevolent force that transcended time and reason. A retired detective, haunted by his own encounter with the macabre, offered a key to unlocking the mystery, a journal hidden in the shadows of Catherine's apartment. Within the pages of the journal lay a chilling revelation, a testament to Catherine's descent into a world of terror and despair. Her frantic scribbling spoke of a malevolent entity bound to the mask, a sinister force that sought new hosts through a ritual of soul transference. The ancient symbols inscribed within the mask hinted at a darkness that had plagued humanity for centuries, a cycle of death and rebirth that defied comprehension. As the pieces fell into place, the true horror of Catherine's fate came to light. The medical examiner's verdict of death by extreme fear painted a portrait of unimaginable terror that had gripped her soul. But the chilling truth transcended mere mortal explanations, delving into a realm where nightmares took shape and the boundary between life and death blurred. Surveillance footage from a vigilant neighbor unveiled a horrifying revelation, a figure cloaked in darkness, wearing a mask that bore Catherine's likeness but moved with an unnatural cadence. The detective's heart sank as she realized the extent of the malevolent force at play, its insidious influence reaching far beyond the confines of one woman's tragic demise. The search for the missing mask led investigators on a haunting trail that spanned the country, its ominous presence lingering like a specter in the night. Reports of its reappearance in a distant vintage shop only deepened the mystery, shrouding the case in an unsettling aura of uncertainty. The buyer remained a shadowy figure, their identity lost to the whispers of the wind. And so the case of Catherine Reed remains an enigma, a tale too chilling to be confined to official records. The detective, haunted by the echoes of a truth too dark to comprehend, keeps Catherine's journal close at hand, a grim reminder of the malevolent force that lurks in the shadows, waiting to claim its next victim. As night descends and the world falls into a hush, the detective stirs from uneasy slumber, a sense of unease lingering in the darkness. She checks the locks, her gaze darting to the window where shadows dance in the moonlight. In the stillness of the night, she can almost hear the soft sound of movement, the whisper of a presence that lingers just beyond reach. For the mask is out there, waiting to be found once more, its empty eye holes fixed upon an unsuspecting soul. And when it does, another chapter in the dark saga will unfold, a tale of fear and despair that echoes through the ages, a vessel waiting to be filled with the essence of those who dare to gaze into its abyss. Story 20. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered by time itself. The heating system let out a low groan, the pipes rattling like old bones. It was a familiar symphony to those who dwelled within, or so they thought until she heard it. A voice, distant yet unmistakable, floated through the maze of vents, weaving its way into her consciousness. It wasn't the typical background noise of neighbors going about their lives. It was a whisper calling out to her, beckoning her closer. Intrigued yet unnerved, she leaned in, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate, her heart quickening its pace. A chill brushed against her cheek, a ghostly caress, followed by a soft, almost playful declaration, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the center of the empty apartment, a sense of unease settling in the air around her. Her gaze was fixed upon the rusted vent cover, forcibly removed from its place on the wall. The forensics team moved with precision, capturing the scene in flashes of light and meticulous notes. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, only discovered after a lingering scent prompted an investigation. What they uncovered within the ventilation system defied logic. She reported voices from the vents, Officer Patel relayed, his voice a whisper against the stillness. Management brushed off her concerns, attributing them to the building's aging infrastructure. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep scratches that marred its edges. These marks weren't made by any tool, she murmured to herself. The desperation evident in the gouges hinted at a frantic attempt to escape from the inside out. Alina Reeves, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, had left behind a trail of worry in her absence. Her students had crafted cards, her sister had filed a report, and her apartment bore witness to her growing apprehension. She felt eyes on her, her sister confided, her voice trembling with suppressed fear. Voices spoke to her through the very walls of her sanctuary. I thought it was stress, nothing more. With newfound awareness, Shaw scrutinized the apartment's every corner. The neatly arranged bed, the forgotten mug in the sink, the chair placed strategically beneath the vent, as if someone had been listening intently, waiting. The forensic findings painted a chilling picture. Fibers matching Alina's clothing, an unfamiliar fingerprint on the vent's interior, and haunting audio recordings retrieved from her phone. Alone in her car, rain creating a soothing backdrop, Shaw listened to the recordings. Alina's voice, tinged with uncertainty, echoed through the speakers. "If you're there, speak to me." The silence stretched, pregnant with anticipation, before a faint whisper broke through, barely audible. "Alina, dear Alina, let me in." The building's history whispered tales of its own. Tales of tenants fleeing, of complaints unheard, of shadows lurking in the walls. Harold Weber, the superintendent, seemed an enigma calm on the surface, yet a storm brewing within. His nonchalant dismissal of the building's quirks faltered when the focus turned to apartment 4B. A shroud of secrecy enveloped his past interactions, a barrier Shaw was determined to breach. A hidden passage concealed within Alina's bathroom unveiled a realm unknown, a space between walls, a realm of shadows and whispers. The discovery of personal effects within this clandestine domain hinted at a voyeuristic presence, a silent observer biding its time. Weber's arrest shed light on the depths of his obsession, his meticulously catalogued recordings and preserved mementos speaking volumes of his twisted connection to those he watched. As the truth unraveled, a grim reality emerged. Alina had been lured into the labyrinth of vents, manipulated by a master manipulator. Sedatives clouded her senses, leading her deeper into the building's bowels, where promises of solace turned to whispers of deceit. Families surfaced, sharing tales of misplaced belongings, of loved ones haunted by unseen eyes. Weber's facade crumbled in the face of justice, his delusions laid bare for all to witness. Guilty on all counts, he departed with a chilling farewell, a vow lingering in the air like a specter of the past. The apartment building now stands as a monument to its own history, a legacy of whispers and shadows that refuse to fade. Despite efforts to erase the past, echoes of a dark presence linger within its walls. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle, and residents find solace in the mundane explanations offered. But deep down, they know the whispers never truly cease, the building's memories etched into its very foundation, a haunting lullaby for those who dare to listen. Story 21. The old Polaroid held a silent secret, a relic of a forgotten birthday. Amidst the smiles and flickering candles, a chilling anomaly lurked. The daughter, inheriting a box of worn photographs, stumbled upon it. A figure lurking in the shadows behind the jovial group. A man, unknown and uninvited, standing just beyond the reach of the candlelight. With each passing photo, he drew closer, a ghostly presence unnoticed by all. Sarah Winters uncovered the haunting collection while sifting through her mother's attic post-funeral. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories revealed a tapestry of faded snapshots from her childhood, capturing moments of familial joy. What should have brought solace instead unfurled a tale of dread. In the initial photo, he was a mere specter, a silhouette lingering at the edge of her 7th birthday celebration. The dark figure loomed near the glass door, features obscured, watching intently. In the subsequent image, taken moments later, he had advanced inside. By the 3rd snapshot, he stood ominously behind her uncle, a phantom presence unnoticed by the partygoers. Trembling, Sarah phoned her father, recounting the unsettling revelation. "Dad, who is this enigmatic man haunting these photos?" A pregnant pause followed, then a sharp inhale. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone besides family." Dispatching digital copies of the eerie Polaroids, Sarah awaited her father's response. His voice, tinged with unease, shattered the silence. "This can't be. We would have noticed a stranger among us." Detective Marcus Reed, a weathered soul, listened attentively as Sarah laid out the spectral evidence on his desk in the dimly lit precinct. Rain tapped against the windows, casting dancing shadows over the solemn scene. With methodical precision, the detective scrutinized each photo, his gaze narrowing. "No one recognizes this figure," he inquired, his tone a blend of neutrality and intrigue. "No one," Sarah affirmed. As she arranged the photos in chronological order, a creeping realization dawned on the detective. The mysterious figure, once dismissed as paranoia, now traversed the party in a sinister dance across the images, inching closer to the unsuspecting children. In the final frame, he loomed directly behind Sarah's youthful self, a pale hand outstretched towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame. "The photographer," Reed suggested, a hint of skepticism lacing his words. "My mother took these." She set the timer and joined the group. Creating duplicates and initiating a formal investigation, Reed delved into the past. Contacting every surviving attendee of the party yielded no recognition of the shadowy figure. No hired help, no uninvited guests, just a secluded countryside setting chosen for its privacy. Facial recognition software faltered, the figure expertly shrouded from view in each photo, as if evading the lens knowingly. Yet a sense of purpose emanated from his deliberate movements. The investigation reached an impasse until Sarah unearthed more incriminating photos from other family albums, spanning different occasions and years. The evidence was digitally enhanced, revealing hidden details, a scar, a distinctive ring, a faint reflection hinting at obscured features. A breakthrough came with dental records, linking the figure to Robert Keller, a long-missing maintenance worker tied to unsolved child abductions in the region. Keller, a former employee of the property management company overseeing the vacation rental where Sarah's party had taken place, held master keys to numerous properties. Properties where families had congregated, only for their children to vanish without a trace. Excavating Keller's former residence unearthed chilling relics buried beneath the foundation, a hairpin matching a missing girl's description, a toy car belonging to a vanished boy, and a bracelet that Sarah recognized as her own, presumed lost in her youth. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the damning photos, Sarah pondered the grim revelations. A call from the detective confirmed the identification of remains near one of the vacation properties a missing child at last found. Gazing at the final birthday photo, she saw her family frozen in time, bathed in warm candlelight. And there he was, the shadowy figure, ever present behind her younger self, a silent sentinel of malevolence. The interconnected web of unsolved cases spanning decades had finally unraveled, offering closure to grieving families. The enigmatic figure, once a ghostly specter in family photos, had been unmasked by the light of justice, his sinister legacy laid bare. With a heavy heart, Sarah returned the photos to their box, tangible proof of hidden dangers lurking within captured memories' phantom figures, slipping through the cracks of time, leaving behind only whispers of their malevolent presence. Story 22. In the quiet stillness of the night, let me tell you a tale that will lull you into a deep slumber. A tale of mystery that unfolded in the shadows of an unsuspecting family's home. Rebecca Morgan, a woman with a gentle soul, found herself facing a chilling discovery one stormy evening. A leak in the roof led her reluctantly to the attic, a place she had always avoided. The attic, shrouded in layers of dust and cobwebs, held secrets long forgotten. Amidst the darkness, her gaze fell upon an old dollhouse, intricate and haunting in its detail. Tiny furniture meticulously arranged, but as she peered closer, a shiver ran down her spine. The figures inside were not mere dolls, they were miniature replicas of her own family. Each figure mirrored her loved ones, frozen in time, each detail uncannily accurate, except for one. The figure meant to be her was not seated with the rest. Instead, it stood by the attic door, a silent sentinel in the miniature world. Rebecca's fingers traced the wooden figure's outline, a sense of unease settling in her heart. This dollhouse did not belong here. This was not their childhood home, but a rented abode they had recently moved into. The unraveling of this enigma began with Rebecca's frantic call to the authorities. Law enforcement arrived at the suburban residence, greeted by a family in distress, huddled in fear, refusing to return to the attic. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as mere paranoia, a trick of the mind in a new environment. But as the investigation deepened, the truth emerged like a specter in the night. The miniature figures held more than just a resemblance, they held a sinister secret. Forensic teams uncovered fingerprints unknown to the family, and microscopic cameras hidden within the eyes of the tiny figures, an intricate web of surveillance that had captured the family's every move. The dollhouse was but a pawn in a twisted game of obsession. The perpetrator's meticulous planning and unyielding watch over the family sent shivers through the community. A hidden basement entrance revealed a dark truth: someone had been living beneath the family's feet, undetected and unseen. Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners, emerged as the mastermind behind this macabre spectacle. His obsession with the house and its occupants had spiraled into a realm of delusion and control. His hidden lair was a shrine to the lives he watched, a testament to his fractured mind. As the truth unfurled like a dark tapestry, the Morgan family found solace in a new home, far from the shadows of the past. But the echoes of the dollhouse lingered, a reminder of the fragility of safety and the depths of human darkness. And as you drift into dreams, remember this cautionary tale, a whispered warning in the night. For in the quiet corners of our world there may lurk shadows that watch and wait, unseen and unfathomable. Good night, dear listener. May your dreams be peaceful and free from the haunting gaze of unseen eyes. Story 23. The aged envelope exuded a sense of history, its worn edges tinged with a soft yellow hue, yet the stamp upon it bore the freshness of recent days. With a delicate touch, the detective unfurled its contents, revealing a solitary sheet of paper adorned with a message hastily typed in an erratic, hurried script. "I am sorry for what I did," the words whispered from the page. A subtle dampness clung to the paper, carrying with it a faint scent of iron that lingered in the air. It was then that Detective Sarah Morgan's keen eyes caught sight of a reddish smear along the paper's lower edge, a grim revelation dawning upon her. This was no ordinary ink stain. Methodically, she encased the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with practiced precision, mindful of preserving any potential clues. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions the crimson mark was indeed human blood, its DNA a chilling match to a long unsolved homicide case that had cast a shadow over the department for years. The victim, a bright young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had met a tragic end in her own home, her body bearing the cruel evidence of multiple stab wounds. It seemed her pursuit of truth through her investigative reporting had led her into the path of a ruthless killer. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had grown cold, its secrets buried deep within the shadows of uncertainty. But now this enigmatic letter had found its way to the homicide division, its cryptic contents stirring a slumbering investigation back to life. The paper and its weathered envelope yielded scant fingerprints, only ghostly smudges hinting at the sender's careful evasion. Yet the postmark provided a slender thread of hope amidst the darkness that had cloaked the case for so long. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan set the stage for a new chapter in their pursuit of justice. Crime scene photos adorned the walls, a stark reminder of lives disrupted and mysteries unsolved. Pinning the letter's image at the heart of their investigation board, she spoke with a quiet intensity that hushed the room. "This changes everything," she intoned, her voice a mere whisper amidst the weight of the truth unveiled. "Our killer bears the burden of remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in unraveling the web of mysteries that shrouded the case, cast a discerning gaze upon the letter. "Or perhaps," he ventured, his tone thoughtful, "this is but a veiled performance, a macabre dance orchestrated to deceive us." The forensics team's findings led them down a winding path, tracing the unique impression patterns of the typewritten words to a relic of a bygone era, a model long vanished from modern production, yet lingering in the shadows of antiquity. As the tendrils of the investigation unfurled, they delved deeper into Rebecca's life, piecing together fragments of her final days. Her pursuit of truth had led her into the murky depths of corruption, her investigation stirring shadows that some would kill to keep hidden. Conversations with her editor unveiled a portrait of unwavering determination, a journalist unafraid to confront the darkness that lurked in the corridors of power. Her boyfriend, Michael Barnes, once a pillar of strength, now stood in the shadow of suspicion cast by the blood-stained letter. Each passing revelation, the web of deceit entangling their suspects, grew ever more intricate. A second letter arrived, bearing the same eerie markings of blood and confession. The sinister narrative woven within its words hinted at a darkness that had long festered beneath the facade of respectability. She knew too much, the message whispered, revealing a chilling truth veiled in shadows. The trail led them to the opulent mansion of a wealthy family, their lives entwined in a tapestry of betrayal and greed. The eldest son, Richard, stood at the center of the storm, his collection of antiquities harboring secrets darker than the night. His carefully crafted veneer of innocence began to crumble under the weight of scrutiny, his words ringing hollow in the ears of those seeking justice. It was Alina, the youngest daughter, who held the key to unlocking the truth, her stationery bearing silent witness to the sins that stained their family legacy. A hidden chamber within Richard's domain unveiled a trove of damning evidence clippings, surveillance, and the archaic typewriter that had penned the letters of remorse and guilt. The blood of the victim, Rebecca, bore silent witness to the heinous act that had shattered her life and silenced her voice. But the true revelation lay in the tangled web of connections, linking Richard and Michael in a deadly dance of deceit and betrayal. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a chilling truth emerged from the shadows. Bank records whispered of transactions steeped in malice, of secrets traded in the currency of blood. Michael's confession laid bare the extent of their collusion, a sinister pact forged in the shadows of greed and fear. And Alina's recording, a haunting echo of treachery, sealed Richard's fate with a finality that brooked no denial. In the hushed confines of the courtroom, justice unfurled its wings, casting a pall over the once proud figure of Richard as he faced the consequences of his crimes. The weight of guilt bore down upon him, a burden too heavy for even his practiced facade to bear. The jury's verdict rang clear and true, a beacon of truth amidst the shadows of deceit. As Rebecca's parents gazed upon the man who had snuffed out their daughter's light, a somber sense of closure settled upon their hearts. The blood-stained letters, now silent relics of a dark chapter in their lives, bore witness to the fragility of secrets and the enduring power of justice. The case of Rebecca Warren stood as a testament to the unyielding pursuit of truth, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness that too often shrouds our world. And in the quiet of the night, as the echoes of justice faded into the shadows, a single truth remained: remorse, whether genuine or feigned, would always be the undoing of those who dared to dance with darkness. Story 24, The Mystery of the Whispering House. She had a desire to freshen up the nursery before the new arrival. The walls wore a faded blue, a hue that whispered of bygone tales hidden within its layers. As she applied the first coat of white paint, a hidden message emerged from beneath the letters, initially faint, then growing sharper and more defined. The message read, "Don't let it hear you." Her breath caught in her throat. Stepping back, she noticed something unsettling: tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, positioned too high for any child to reach. This discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the inception of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home at a surprisingly low price just a few months prior. The real estate agent had only mentioned minor cosmetic issues, omitting any mention of the property's dark past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the house, notebook in hand, and pressed the doorbell. A woman, her pregnant belly protruding beneath paint-stained overalls, answered the door. Dark circles framed her eyes, a testament to her sleepless nights. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the mysterious message and handprints. According to the woman, the previous owners had abruptly departed, leaving under the cover of night with just essential belongings packed into their car. The detective explored the historic home, her footsteps echoing on aged floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall where the cryptic message and handprints remained visible. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into records regarding the property. The house had changed owners 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover rate. What was even more unsettling were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families, detailing children hearing whispers from the walls and feeling watched as they slept. Further investigation unveiled that the house once belonged to Alina Blackwood, a wealthy widow who had operated an orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced the disappearance of 5 children under her care, presumed to have run away. As Alina passed away, workers renovating the house discovered a sealed room hidden behind the nursery wall, containing children's belongings but no remains. The case had remained unsolved, buried in dusty archives for years. Interviews with former residents revealed a chilling pattern. Families with children reported strange occurrences, toys moving on their own, laughter echoing through empty corridors, and drawings appearing mysteriously on walls. Most dismissed these incidents as mere imagination until the ominous messages surfaced during repainting. A forensic linguist confirmed that the handwriting matched samples found in Alina Blackwood's journals. The identical handprints found over the years, despite different children residing in the home, added to the mystery. The investigation took a dark turn when the detectives secured permission from the current owners to conduct ground-penetrating radar scans in the basement. The results indicated child-sized anomalies beneath the concrete floor. Upon digging, 5 sets of small remains were unearthed, confirming the tragic fate of the missing children from Alina's orphanage. Luminol was used in the nursery, revealing countless handprints glowing in the darkness, hidden beneath layers of paint. Alina's journals exposed her twisted beliefs, aiming to extract the life force of orphaned children to prolong her own existence. The case concluded with a proper burial for the victims, finally acknowledging them as murder victims rather than runaways. The house stood empty, the pregnant couple reluctant to return for their belongings. Detective Klein completed her final report, documenting the eerie handprints and message under the paint. The nursery walls were demolished, yet workers reported hearing ghostly whispers emanating from the debris, refusing to return after their shifts. The house was eventually condemned, becoming another enigmatic cold case of tangible closure, yet leaving unanswered spiritual questions. The detective held onto one photograph from the investigation, a haunting image of 5 luminous handprints in the dark, a stark reminder that some crimes leave indelible marks that not even fresh paint can erase. Story 25. In the quiet of the night, a flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, catching the mother's attention. At first, she brushed it off as a technical glitch, a mere blip in the digital realm. But then the air crackled with an eerie static, and a soft voice floated through the darkness, whispering, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, freezing her in place. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, dread pooling in her stomach. Yet when she reached the nursery, all she found was an empty crib bathed in the soft glow of the nightlight. The window stood closed, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a stuffed rabbit discarded on the floor, its once innocent eyes now gleaming with a sinister stillness. In a frenzy of fear and desperation, Rebecca's anguished screams pierced the night, echoing through the silent walls of her home. The neighbors, roused from their slumber by her cries, dialed emergency services without hesitation. And when the authorities arrived, they discovered a mother broken, clutching the stuffed rabbit tightly, her world shattered by the inexplicable disappearance of her 4-month-old son, Samuel. The investigation that followed seemed shrouded in mystery, a puzzle with missing pieces that refused to fit together. No signs of forced entry marred the tranquil facade of the home. The security system remained steadfastly engaged, its vigil unbroken, and the footage from the baby monitor offered only a glimpse of that haunting whisper and the crackle of interference, leaving more questions than answers in its wake. Suspicions cast long shadows over Rebecca, her every action scrutinized through a lens of doubt. Her husband, Daniel, absent on business at the time, became a specter of suspicion looming over their fractured marriage. Whispers of postpartum depression lingered in the air, casting a pall over her maternal grief. But then a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness. Tiny fibers alien to the household clung to the nursery windowsill, whispering of an intruder's silent ascent from the shadows outside. The investigation pivoted, following the trail of these minuscule clues into the realm of the unknown. As the pieces of the puzzle began to align, a new figure stepped into the spotlight. Daniel, returning from his business trip with a storm of confusion swirling in his wake. His hands bore the calluses of a secret hobby, a newfound passion for rock climbing that raised eyebrows and suspicions in equal measure. The threads of deception wove a tangled web around Daniel, revealing a tapestry of betrayal and greed. A second family hidden in the shadows, a web of lies spun to entrap the innocent, a plan concocted in darkness and executed in silence. And at the heart of it all, the baby monitor stood as a silent witness to the truth, its digital eyes unblinking in the face of deceit. Through the labyrinth of technology, the investigators traced a path to a basement where a woman named Elaine tended to a child who had been torn from his mother's arms. In the quiet aftermath of the storm, as justice was meted out and the truth laid bare, Rebecca and Samuel found solace in a new beginning, a fresh chapter untainted by the shadows of the past. The echoes of that fateful night slowly faded into memory, leaving behind a legacy of resilience and redemption. And yet in the stillness of the night, as the world slept and dreams wove their tapestries of light and shadow, Rebecca kept the stuffed rabbit close, a silent sentinel of the darkness that had once threatened to consume them. Its glassy eyes mirrored the truth hidden within the whispers of the baby monitor, a truth that had shattered their lives but ultimately set them free. Story 26. The tale began with Michael and Sarah Klein, the new inhabitants of a Victorian-era home that whispered secrets through its peeling wallpaper. Nestled within the charming old walls, a hidden story waited to be uncovered, disguised beneath layers of time. The couple, drawn to the home's antiquity and allure, stumbled upon a peculiar discovery while innocently exploring their newfound abode. A water stain in the master bedroom sparked their curiosity, leading them on a journey of unraveling mysteries. As they peeled back the layers of wallpaper, a name emerged: Alina Winters, scrawled repeatedly in ink, a haunting echo of the past etched into the very fabric of the house. The name held no significance to them, yet its presence ignited a flame of intrigue that refused to be extinguished. In their quest for answers, Michael and Sarah delved into the shadows of history, unearthing a connection that transcended time. A missing persons case from decades ago intertwined with their present reality, blurring the lines between past and present. The woman in the faded photograph bore a striking resemblance to the enigmatic seller of the house, Margaret Cavendish, whose enigmatic presence cast a veil of uncertainty over their once idyllic home. As the days unfolded, the walls seemed to whisper secrets of their own, beckoning the couple into a realm where truth and deception intertwined. Each layer they peeled back revealed fragments of a narrative long forgotten, intertwined with the fate of a woman lost to the annals of time. Their quest for answers led them down a rabbit hole of intrigue and uncertainty, where the boundaries of reality blurred and shadows danced in the flickering candlelight. The name Alina Winters echoed through the corridors of their minds, a spectral presence that refused to be ignored. With each revelation, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, painting a picture of a tragedy shrouded in deception. The truth lay buried beneath the layers of deceit, waiting to be unearthed by those brave enough to seek it. As the investigation deepened, a chilling realization dawned upon Michael and Sarah. The walls themselves held the key to unlocking the mysteries that plagued their once peaceful abode. The ink-stained confession of a fractured mind, a desperate plea for redemption, woven into the very fabric of the house they now called home. In a twist of fate, the past collided with the present, unraveling a tale of obsession, betrayal, and ultimately redemption. The name on the wall, a poignant reminder of a life lost and a soul trapped in a labyrinth of its own making. And so, as the moon cast its silvery glow over the Victorian home, Michael and Sarah stood witness to a story that transcended time, a story of love and loss, of truth and illusion, etched into the walls that bore witness to the secrets of the past. As the gentle hum of the night enveloped them, they found solace in the knowledge that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, drifting into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the whispers of the old house that held secrets too profound to be fully understood. Story 27. In the quiet corner of a cozy coffee shop, a man had his daily ritual: same table, same order, same contemplative silence. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all. Then one fateful day he failed to appear. Concerned, the police investigated and found a wallet abandoned at his usual seat. Inside, a driver's license bore a face without a name, without an address, just an empty void where his identity should have resided. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the perplexing case, her fingers tracing the cold metal table as she scrutinized the security footage. The enigmatic figure, now dubbed John Doe, seemed utterly ordinary on screen, average in stature, unassuming in appearance, clad in a navy coat with a weathered leather bag slung over his shoulder. His vanishing act defied logic, for he had entered, he had sat, but he had never departed. "Play it again," Mercer requested, her voice laced with intrigue. The footage replayed the mundane sequence: John's arrival during the bustling morning hours, his customary black coffee order, his retreat to the secluded table obscured by foliage. He would write in a notebook, occasionally pausing to gaze out the window, until the pivotal moment when he left for the restroom corridor, never to return. "Inspect the bathroom footage," Mercer urged. "He never set foot inside," the specialist disclosed. "It's as though he evaporated into the air." Back at the precinct, Mercer sifted through the wallet's contents scattered on her desk. The license photo matched the enigmatic man, yet the personal details were absent, replaced by blank spaces. Credit cards devoid of names, currency neatly stacked, a recent coffee shop receipt, and a solitary business card with only a faintly printed phone number. Upon dialing the number, Mercer encountered silence, interspersed with the rustle of paper before the abrupt disconnection. The barista's recollections offered scant insight. He seldom spoke, but he was always courteous. "I believe he had an accent, though his voice was hushed," the barista recounted. Mercer inquired about any acquaintances or conversations, to which the response was negative. John Doe had always been alone, engrossed in his notepad. Cryptographers puzzled over the notebook's cryptic contents, filled with what seemed like encoded passages and enigmatic sketches of unfamiliar architectural designs. Mercer dispatched officers to canvass the locale with John's image, yet no one recognized him. No missing persons report matched his description, and his fingerprints eluded identification databases. An anomaly caught Mercer's attention in the security footage, a flicker in the time stamp whenever John entered the shop. Dismissing it as a technical glitch, the specialist overlooked its significance. Returning to the coffee shop, Mercer assumed John's customary seat, her gaze drawn to an antique mirror suspended between the entrance and the restroom passage, ornately adorned with symbols akin to those in John's notebook. Questioning the shop owner revealed the mirror's long-standing presence, never displaced nor cleaned. Approaching it, Mercer noted a peculiar distortion in her reflection, and upon contact, she detected an unexpected warmth emanating from the glass. Forensics unearthed a concealed compartment behind the mirror housing identical wallets with blank identities, alongside a journal inscribed with entries mirroring the notebook's script. The final entry forewarned, the experiment's culmination approaches. They draw near. The opportunity wanes. John Doe's fingerprints pervaded the hidden cache, with the oldest wallet dating back 50 years, exhibiting an unchanged visage. Entries alluded to experiments in temporal manipulation and identity transference, referencing crossing back and window points. As peculiar phenomena escalated around the coffee shop, reflections moving autonomously, sightings of an absent John Doe, the case took a pivotal turn when a retired physicist, Margaret Keller, divulged vital information. John Doe, or rather Daniel Weston, a brilliant physicist exploring quantum mirror technology, had vanished during a theoretical project on interdimensional travel. Weston's belief in parallel realities and the coffee shop's role as a dimensional nexus unveiled a startling revelation. The shop was erected atop his former research laboratory. Mercer unraveled the mystery further, unearthing the laboratory's ties to Weston's disappearance. The case's climax occurred when Mercer, scrutinizing the security footage, discerned a spectral duality of John Doe observing his seated self in the mirror's reflection. Rushing to the coffee shop, Mercer discovered the shattered mirror bearing a final note scribed in familiar hand. The experiment concludes, the aperture seals shut, do not pursue. The enigma of the vanishing man lingered unsolved. As the coffee shop shuttered, the building razed, and Weston's fate eluded discovery. Mercer, haunted by the enigma, resigned from the force, engrossed in her own enigmatic writings, reminiscent of Weston's legacy. Neighbors glimpsed Mercer with her frantic scribbling, a fragment of the antique mirror adorning her wall, a spectral echo of a mystery transcending time and reality.